It's right. And very it's yeah, yeah, it's kind of it's like so really good. See, okay, it's my people are the audience. It's should be like I can't try like so I heard one of those things about spiritual like not as well say fall on the end solutions. So it's very yeah, yeah, but it's not doesn't fall. You know, I'm really go like yes, that's me. It's not lovely place. You guys for it's how good. Yes, but it's right. It's flat when I left. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe that's a totally. Once you have it, like why is it as your option? Bring it up. Collection there. And for instance, you don't like your options. One, yeah, you know, it's highly different. Everyone thinks so you can see. It's like, yeah, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm gonna be even how we have it. Yeah, that's a really like yeah, the bottom here is I mean yeah, and you know, it's the like I mean, it's still working it's yes. Oh, I have to yeah. She should let me know. It's certainly it's was not much still trying to but I mean yes. You're supposed to yourself sounds we're not sure how long it's staying. So it's like but that's yeah, more than still the rest of the yeah. These have very guidance. Yeah, maybe I mean, there's a lot of it's like students. It's like hey, students do that. So serious. Narratives of this, get everything together. I'm thinking it's not for part of the level of people who stare or something. You can't have something favorite. What? It's just like times have like half days to the 6 year old. Oh, that's tight. You see, games, so anything's on. Send us actually back in us. So, 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 really water, there's the water. So, there's there's from up there. That's what those meetings with. Okay, fine. We just speaking. Okay, I'm not. Nice to meet. Yeah, but I should have. Seriously, the year done going. Frat. I'm first. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's like you see the names. I agree. I agree. It's just I think this word really start. Yeah. Versus yeah, actually there's like a lot of sound types like Yeah, there is rain. It seems like Friday. Yes, it's like we have tensions in terms of wanting to you know. Okay. So it's just. Cheers. Like I know so see most parents. That's right. That's right. Yeah, like Supreme Court has disappeared in the Vikings. They ship out whatever. Yeah, it was their I also like that guy's rolling stones. Exactly. You still need to sign up. It's like there's. I'm still getting your hands. Okay, yeah, right. But it's something simple fun. Kind of a feel seat. By doing on screen. So just imagine you probably both. No. Like, my mind, okay, well, I'm not sure that. Speak their call. That was this magnificent. What? She posted something on the internet that sounds like it was some serious medical. I don't. I probably never some of her animals. I don't know if it was a public or a private use. Like Jesus, like interchangeably, but most of that happens. Libraries, so yes. It's like a long running story. I assume you're like the Toastmaster Club. It's in downtown. Before I was running school, I was every now and then when I did that. And meet someone new her, so like you can read elements. You should follow it. So that's just like if you want to like 15 outside or 12, it's like still at it, showing up. It's there. So what, right? I'm like, oh, it's Mike. Is there something I okay. Sure is. Right. Sounds like actually. That's fun. That oh, season choice. It's just not that's his help. And so used percent direct kill use represent. You could just use it for this much better. They're lobbyists. They're the yeah. That's the deal. Last time when I tried, I did not. It's like I tried to do it for the at-risk, like special meeting session for one person. Session? No, I don't think so, because I also have gone to others and I've never seen a person. It's really good. The legislature, I know they do, you know, but it's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how recent the shift is, but I do know that it's recent that I was kind of taken back. So could not do anything, but give directions. Yeah, but I remember giving directions on how to set the live stream. But it said like first this or sorry, like right off the phone. Just how's that? So yeah, I work for my desk. Once it comes to the back, thank you. So long. He's retiring in December. So, but it's like, hey, I mean, I'm sure it's still allowable if you come down. I told last time this week, just come. So, and he actually has like their wife came to like and he sold it to his district. So, like, so for that, he said he had a good experience. He's not making a lot of comments.
All right. Wow. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, members of the audience and those joining us online. It is 9:12 on Thursday, August 28th, and I would like to call this meeting to order. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
The United States of America. You sort of where you stand, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
I'll ask the secretary to please call roll. This is Angie Castellanos for the record, and this is roll call. President Dogweiler. Here. Vice President Hughes.
Here.
Member Hudson. Here. Member Braxton. Here. Member Dawson Owens. Present. Member Else.
Here.
Member Lane. Here. Member Orr. Present. Member Walker.
I'm here.
And Member Ford. Excused, absent. Madam President, you have quorum. Thank you. We would like to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples. But for the record, I'd also like to know we are joined online by Deputy Attorney Dagot. We would like to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples whose traditional homeland where we are presenting from and where people are joining us from in the land that is now the state of Nevada. I also want to remind our audience that board meetings can be viewed via live stream with closed captioning at www.youtube.com/@NVStateED/live. I'll remind members to please turn off your microphone or mute yourself when you're not speaking. And remember to turn on your microphone or unmute when you'd like to make a comment. Of course, remember that you are on video and being broadcast by live stream on the Nevada Department of Education's website. All of today's meeting materials are available on the board's webpage, and I trust that when board members are not actively engaging on their screen with us, that they are reviewing their materials. So these are an exciting next 2 days ahead of us, and over these next 2 days, the state board will be conducting interviews to ultimately select 3 candidates to recommend to Governor Lombardo for appointment as Nevada's next superintendent of public instruction. I would like to thank the legislative branch of the government for providing us with the space and the staff to support the meetings over the next 2 days. Today, we'll hear from 4 of our 6 finalists, and tomorrow we will complete the interview process with the remaining 2 candidates. Each interview will follow the same format. Candidates will begin with a 15-minute presentation based on the performance tasks they were given. Board members will then take 5 minutes to score the task before moving on into the 8 formal interview questions. Each question will be asked by a different board member. At the conclusion of those questions, members may ask clarifying questions before the candidate is dismissed. The performance task, interview questions, and associated rubrics can all be found on the department's webpage. As with all of our meetings, there will be time for public comment, and public comment will be taken at the beginning of the meeting before this interview period, and again at the end before the meeting is adjourned. So with that, we will now move into our first public comment before we begin today's interviews. I will now open public comment under agenda item 2. And I'd like to remind everyone that comments should be limited to items on the agenda. Please ensure you fill out a comment card, turn the microphone on, and state your name for the record. I will also limit each speaker to 3 minutes, and time will be monitored by Vice President Hughes. In addition to providing public comment in person, public comment can also be provided by calling in. That number is 669-900-6833. Again, 669-900-6833, or by calling 888-475-4499. Again, that's 888-475-4499. And if you'd like to join the meeting ID, for that will be 865-111-81570. I'm going to repeat that again. 865-111-81570. There's no passcode associated with that meeting ID. So we will begin with members of the public who have attended to provide public comments in person. Are there any public comments in Carson City?
Madam Chair, we have 1 public comment here in Carson City, former Assemblyman Pat Hickey.
Wonderful, please proceed.
Good morning, Chair Dockweiler and members of the State Board of Education. My name again is Pat Hickey. I am a former member of the State Board, so it's nice to be with you today. Although I feel a little lonely up here in the north, I'm glad I physically can be here to represent, but I know the board is represented well by people who care about education in the state. Just briefly, along with that, I also, for a long time in my total years of service in the Assembly, I was always on education committees. And currently I serve as the Vice Chair Wayne Center for Policy Priorities, and I also write a column for the Reno Gazette Journal. But none of those entities I'm not representing either of those entities today, but here to just speak about the task before you. From all indications, you have 6 excellent candidates to consider for Nevada's next Superintendent of Education, and I encourage you to take this process as seriously as you obviously are. My personal favorite, because I've known him, just speaking briefly, would be that of Victor Wakefield. I like the fact that Dr. Wakefield has been a successful classroom teacher. I think that's integral. He may not be the only among your distinguished group. I also like the fact and remember the fact as a Nevadan and part of the education community here that he was the executive director of Teach for America in Las Vegas. Teach for America, as all of you know, is probably the kind of organization and having the experience that he did with it some recruiting, outstanding teachers and having them commit to the challenges of sometimes the more difficult areas in a state is exactly what TFA did. And I think in this case, Victor Wakefield's experience with them should serve us well in two of the big challenges, and that is to attract and retain and lead teachers to help Nevada be more successful. I also appreciate that his advanced degree from John Hopkins is significant because that is one of the top innovative academic laboratories in the country. I also personally remember Victor as being a fellow at the Wynn Center, and some of the work that he did in helping lawmakers like myself at the time with understanding some of the issues involved with education. Lastly, I am impressed with his strategic vision for the Department of Ed. Especially, I appreciated the comment to provide families with a voice, a choice, and a connection. I think that pretty much sums up education needs to be heading in the area we stand in. And lastly,
Thank you, Mr. Hickman.
is that it? If that's
You've hit your 3 minutes. That went quick. We
thank you, Chair. I
appreciate your time.
appreciate. Good luck in your deliberations.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Is there any additional public comment in Carson City?
Madam Chair, there are no further comments here in Carson City.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to public comments here in Las Vegas. We have Ignacio Prado. I'm up to speak first.
Elementary school in the Nevada State Elementary School. The school ends back here currently serving grade scale from 75 students and their families. Every NSBF rated year, small independent schools significantly outperform our neighboring schools, breathing life into our mission to get a quality option for students in Las Vegas' east side. I'm also the vice chair of the Charter School Association of Nevada, representing the more than 70,000 students in public charter schools in Nevada, the second largest K-12 public school system. However, I want to make clear, our prior speaker, speaking only in my personal capacity in support of Victor Wakefield as well, and not communicating an endorsement of either organization at this point. I want to provide a few anecdotes to make salient Victor Wakefield's qualities. I'm sure you saw from his resume, Victor has the experience of a well-qualified unicorn candidate. He has national level experience to glean lessons from all sorts of other sectors and places, but he also has a deep context in Nevada, deep experience here in Nevada, to understand our history and our concepts. The two anecdotes I'm going to provide you with. My first close interactions with Victor came in the form of participating in hot topic events where Victor organized a series of guests that most disciplines and industries with educators from a range of ideological backgrounds, experiences, and contexts. For example, the press and on-profits industry. Conversations were intellectually challenging, fruitful, and even though this happened almost 15 years ago, they stand out as some of the most safe and creative spaces to form ideas of experience in Nevada. He remained a respectful and consummate fair facilitator. Secondly, when launching Victoria Academy, Victoria was one of the first community members I've met with to gather some feedback in 2016. Conversation with him still stands out for the level of radical candor and challenging and improving questions he asked about our plans. Victor is the kind of person that had the integrity to be the steward of the people and the greater good above all, not just in public but in private, as I've experienced. And there's no doubt in my mind he can be a fair and exceptional state superintendent for the differing people and institutions in our diverse state. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Prada. Next, we have Sean.
Good morning, I'm Doug Weiler, board, my name is Sean. Member at Asian, co-founder and CEO. Also mission for innovation and excellence, education, this day I'm here speaking. I'm had the honor of working alongside great state superintendents. Superintendent Yanaga, Superintendent Canavero,
superintendent and acting superintendent Karen. Nevada needs another great leader. We need someone who holds a high for academic excellence. We need someone who will ensure the safety and well-being of our young people. We also need somebody who understands how it's rapidly changing, attitude changing. And we must innovate and change alongside. We need somebody who understands that communities living in the future. We're just nice to have essential to have as we go forward in a new and changing. Today and tomorrow, I look forward to learning from 6 candidates alongside you as a member of the public. I trust you to pick those candidates that you feel are going to put the best state, the best for students. Of course, like every citizen, I'm not biased. Bring my own biases into this space. One of the events is responsible for Canada. Is responsible for a lot on language, which as a leader in this community and a leader of kids. I know Hector Mayfield to be a strong leader, a consensus builder, a great manager, lifts up his teams to achieve strong results. He's a builder of culture and a builder of impact. So today, I encourage you to consider Hector Wakefield alongside the many amazing candidates, learn from them, and ensure that we pick the best possible team when you know it's the best team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. As we'll see no other public comment in person in Las Vegas, I'll ask the secretary if any public comment has been submitted online.
We have received 5 public comments. I'll go ahead and begin with the first one. President Dockweiler and members of the State Board of Education. My name is Julie Pippinger, and as a member of the Andre Agassi Foundation for Education team, I have spent decades working in Nevada's education system and school communities. I am writing to express my strong support for Dr. Victor Wakefield as our next state superintendent of public instruction. Having worked at the national level as well as extensively in Nevada, Victor brings the vision and leadership Nevada needs to continue driving growth and improvement in our schools. His passion for education and deep commitment to student success uniquely position him to bring together the diverse stakeholders required to create lasting positive change. It is imperative that Nevada's next state superintendent not only understands the challenges of our state faces, but also has a clear vision of what success can look like for students, teachers, principals, and extended communities. Victor embodies that vision and is the right leader to champion the future of education in Nevada. I strongly urge you to consider Dr. Wakefield for his critical role. The next public comment. To the members of the Nevada State Board of Education, I am writing to strongly support the appointment of Dr. Victor Wakefield as Nevada State Superintendent of Public Instruction. I have had the privilege of working with Dr. Wakefield for more than 15 years, most closely during his tenure as Executive Director of Teach for America Las Vegas Valley. Throughout this time, I have been consistently impressed by his deep knowledge of the academic, behavioral, and social emotional factors that shape outcomes for Nevada's diverse students. He demonstrates humility in learning, thoughtfulness in connecting systems and initiatives, and a strong commitment to listening to stakeholders when making policy choices. Dr. Wakefield is among the most collaborative and passionate educators I have known. His combination of local experience in Nevada and national perspective equips him to guide our state forward with vision. He has the skill set, mindset, and collaborative spirit to work effectively with educators, families, and policymakers to ensure every student has access to a high-quality education. As a Nevada educator with more than 20 years of experience, I give Dr. Wakefield my highest recommendation. I urge the board to appoint him as our next state superintendent of public instruction. He is the right leader to help Nevada continue moving toward the goal of educational excellence for all students. Respectfully, Joseph Morgan. Next public comment. Dear Honorable Nevada State Board of Education members, thank you for all you do for our state and community. I am grateful for the work and dedication of your body, the deep expertise and commitment to educational equality in our state, from Ely and Elko to East Las Vegas, where I live. As a former Clark County School District teacher, former education nonprofit founder and executive director, and current assembly member serving on the Nevada Legislature's Committee on Education, I am proud to personally recommend Mr. Victor Wakefield for Nevada's Superintendent of Public Instruction. Thank you for considering this personal recommendation. More than anything, I'm proud to be the first person in my family to graduate from college. I attended 7 different schools growing up, experienced what it was like to be tracked for accelerated courses, and now I can only be where I am today due to education access. In 2008, I moved to East Las Vegas after graduating from Boston University to join Teach for America Nevada. I would go on to create an after-school nonprofit for my former students to sponsor / pass laws such as AB 241, ensuring all students are tracked on college and career readiness diploma. TFA was and continues to be the foundation of my work, professional development, and is the reason I was able to become a Nevadan. Mr. Victor Wakefield, as the former executive director of TFA, was someone I directly worked with supported me along my journey, and is one of the reasons I have been able to support Nevada students, families, and community members for nearly 2 decades. I would be proud if he were to become our superintendent of public instruction. Thank you for seriously considering him. I know that Mr. Wakefield is someone with deep convictions and values, has dedicated his life to educational equity, and has continued to support and contribute to Nevada even when he did not live here. With the vision aligned North Star, capacity to foster relationships and partnerships, and an unwavering belief in all students, parents, and community members, I know Mr. Wakefield would be able to move our state forward. I'm proud to recommend him. Erica Mosca. I have the next public comment. To the esteemed members of the Nevada State Board of Education, I wholeheartedly recommend Wakefield for the position of Nevada State Superintendent. I began my career in 2004 as a member of Teach for America Las Vegas Charter Corps. I taught several different grade levels for years before becoming a principal of a charter, career, and tech, and comprehensive high school. I have known Victor for over a decade, and I have always been impressed with his ability to reframe challenges and progress and act upon solutions. Victor is a true transformative leader who possesses the unique skills and vision required to guide Nevada's educational system into a new era of success. I have had the privilege of working alongside Mr. Wakefield and have witnessed firsthand his exceptional leadership, positivity, poise, and deep commitment to improving educational outcomes for all students. Victor distinguished himself as a leader of strength and resolve as the executive director for Teach for America Las Vegas from 2011 to 2015. Despite deep economic challenges, Victor was able to reframe the difficult situation as an opportunity to redesign Nevada's education system. He masterfully brought together a diverse coalition of stakeholders, including business leaders, community organizations, policymakers, and other nonprofits. to establish a shared agenda focused on education. He grew Teach for America to over 200 Corps members a year to support the greater mission. This was nearly 4 times the typical Corps before Victor, demonstrating his incredible ability to raise funds from the community and recruit talent from across the country to come to Nevada. Victor proved himself as a community organizer and visionary leader, so it was no surprise that he was selected to be a member of the Nevada Board of Education by Governor Sandoval in 2015. What really impressed me as a Teach for America alumnus was Victor's emphasis on rebuilding the alumni network. Victor hosted alumni dinners at his house where he celebrated all the pathways that followed the 2-year Teach for America commitment. He highlighted alumni who stayed as teachers or school administrators. During professional learning Saturdays with new teachers, Victor would have long-term teachers and administrators present about the reasons to stay in Nevada's education field. These conversations had a significant impact on new teachers, as many are still teaching and leading in CCSD and charter schools today. Victor was the first executive director I saw who truly recognized that those closest to the work of education at the school level need to be heard and understood. I know Victor will continue to value educators as he develops a deep vision for Nevada. This was submitted by Jonathan. I'll go ahead and start the next public comments.
How many more do we have left?
So this is the last one.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tamara Shear, CEO of Opportunity 180, a nonprofit committed to a North Star of every student graduating from high school, college, and career ready, prepared to live the life they dream. Leadership at the state level, including this board and the state superintendent, is foundational to ensuring every student in Nevada has a clear path to future success. We believe this must include setting strong systems of accountability, ensuring fiscal responsibility and efficiency, and protecting equitable access to the programs and pathways students need to thrive. It also means creating conditions that give schools and districts the autonomy to serve students in ways that meet their unique needs. We are committed to working with the new state superintendent and believe that the candidates moving forward in the interview process bring with them the best intentions for students and education in the state of Nevada. I am here today to speak in support of candidate Victor Wakefield. I have known him since we worked together at Teach for America in 2014. His experience blends a deep understanding of Nevada's local context with a national perspective on best practices and lessons learned that can help shape what's possible and drive the necessary change needed for our state. As surfaced in many of the community survey responses, understanding Nevada education and local context is important for our community. Dr. Wakefield brings a strong understanding of education policy and process in Nevada. Given his experience on this board, matched with regional and national success, leading large and complex initiatives across multiple departments or regions, he is deeply dedicated to students and educators and to ensuring our education system prepares graduates for their next step. His candidacy for state superintendent represents a tremendous opportunity for our state. As I noted earlier, regardless of the outcome of this process, Opportunity 180 looks forward to partnering with the new state superintendent as they take on this critical role and continue to partner with this board and the department to ensure all kids in Nevada graduate from high school, college, and career ready. Thank you for your time and for your service to Nevada students, please. And that concludes our emailed public comments.
Wonderful, thank you. This will close out agenda item 2, and we will move on to agenda item 3. As mentioned earlier, today the board will conduct interviews with 4 candidates seeking consideration to serve as Nevada's next state superintendent of public instruction. Members, you have received the full background material for each candidate, and these materials are also provided to the public on the News website. Today, the board will be conducting interviews with Dr. Daryl Wyatt, Dr. Lisa Coons, Dr. Victor Wakefield, and Ms. Amy Suman. At this time, we would like to welcome Dr. Wyatt. Please come on up. Now, let you go ahead and get situated there. Please begin when you are ready by briefly introducing yourself and then proceeding with your prepared presentation. And just as a reminder to the board and to the public, there will be 15 minutes allotted for the performance presentation.
It's good morning. Thank you for having me here today. I am almost a lifelong to like get my 16 years didn't know I had programs. I have 3 adult grown children, all born and raised. And I'm here in Las Vegas, all bad school systems, including higher education. 2 UNLV grads and 1 grad. My second grade school teacher. My oldest daughter, 3rd grade school teacher, and my youngest daughter just credentials school nurse. So I also have sister-in-laws in education, so lots of education with that. One sister-in-law teaches middle school. Yeah. So for 30 years with the Clark County School District, all at the building level, intentionally, want to be good students. 8 years as a classroom teacher. 3 years as an assistant principal, and 19 years principal. My last 5 years as a principal was at Bailey Middle School, down in the northeast center of the valley. Low socioeconomic area, high Hispanic population. We had some good turnaround success early on. We some good teachers in to really make some impact. But I think one of my proudest moments, my experience at Bailey was the opportunity to work with a variety of stakeholders, including families, UNLV Medical School, additional partners, UNC, in order to get a health clinic on our campus staffed full time for families and communities that were desperate. And while I was there, they signed a 3-year MOU. From what I understand, that 3-year MOU was just another 3 years. That is the type of leadership I will bring to a state that community involvement and need for services that are underprivileged services of our children and families. Prior to being at Bailey Middle School, I was at Rugby Center, Akron School, high Hispanic population. Great teachers, great systems in place. We were able to make some really strong success that I was very proud of. We were a victory school, so I was happy with the additional resources that came our way so that we could have some different types of initiatives, tutoring, and other sorts of things that bring success to our students. But again, I have to say the thing that I'm probably most proud of that experience was for the first time getting a PTO center. Foley Elementary is not in school. It's been in Las Vegas for decades. It's been around for a long time. It's never had PTO. I felt it was valuable and important to our school and to our parents to have that kind of organized effort. So we worked with the community to make sure one got up. Since leaving CCSD, I've been working with NDE as a part-time contractor. I work primarily with our MRI schools. I looked at every traditional MRI campus this past year, spoke to legislators. I also spoke to community leaders. I had conversations with building principals, leadership teams at schools, from Milwaukee way up on the Idaho border to Angeles Air Force Base. Not gentrification. I walked some very diverse campuses like John Miller, Helen J. Stewart, Milan Achievement Academy. These are some alternative schools that have some very distinct needs. And it gave me great insight to hear their stories about how we can provide better service to them was important and a value to me. Additionally, for the last 2.5 years, I've been an administrator. I never knew the charter world, so I wanted to learn more about charter schools. I understand that's a big dynamic in this day and age, so I wanted to learn more. And I worked as an administrator at Somerset Stephanie for the last 2.5 years. Proud to say that when I got there, we were a 3-star school, but because of the efforts and the initiatives put in place, the hard work of the teachers, the leadership team, and the principal, that when the scores come out in a couple of weeks, they will have maximized the index points at 105-star school. Very first. So I know what it takes to have success. And by the way, that's a Title I school as well. So I know what it takes to lead Title I schools. I know what it takes to make a difference in the state of Nevada. I'm deeply committed. I'm deeply passionate about education in Nevada, and that's why I'm here today.
Thank you for that introduction. And when you're ready, you can move forward with your presentation. And as a reminder, there will be 15 minutes. And when you hit 14 minutes, we will provide you with a 1-minute notification.
Yo.
And when you're ready to advance the slide, please just let us know and we will advance those for you.
Okay, online again. I'm here to present a statewide early literacy plan to create strong leaders for a strong Nevada. Slide, please. What I've got here to present is another top layer initiative to add to the many things that are already on the teachers' plates. We know that schools, our teachers, our districts already have layers of tools that will help make them successful. We have Read by Grade 2. It's been around for 10 years. It's done some amazing things. And it's great training. It's given us the opportunity to have literacy specialists. We have SB 460 coming down the pipe. We have AB 335 coming down the pipe. We have our Nevada literacy plan that just came out just a few months ago. We have NVAX. We have NEPF. We're not at a shortage for tools to help us be successful. We know that we can be successful because, as I mentioned, I've been to many parts of the state and I've seen great things throughout the state. In classrooms and in schools, I've seen the passion and I've seen the commitment. What we need to do, next slide please, is provide the structure and the organization to bring up these scores. As you can see, we are 5 percentage points below the national average from our most recent NAEP score. We have some very low scores from some of our student learning, some African American population, our multilingual students. They need an opportunity to be successful. We have the resources right here in Nevada to help them be successful. It needs to be a coordinated and structured effort. And this presentation will help provide some of the guidance, some of the structure that I hope to roll out as the superintendent, so that the pockets of greatness that we have in Nevada is expanded upon. And it's the capacity is built because we have the capability. We've shown that. We can do better than what these scores represent. I know we've shown we can. We were on an upward trend before COVID shut us down, close to 49% in literacy rates. And unfortunately now, we have just to get back to that at this point. Next slide, please. So why is that so important? Well, it's actually critically important. Reason being is when students are not able to read by 3rd grade, or seems more likely to drop out. We know that from pre-K to 2, students are learning to read. That's what they're learning all their phonics, chronological awareness, those things that we hear about as cancer reading, right? They get to 3rd grade, that's a pivotal year, because now the light switch should be. That's a lot, because we get to that, reading to learn. So not having the proficiency to be a good reader is going to impact all their studies moving down the road. We also know that students in poverty, multilingual students, and students of color are disproportionately represented with the fact of the percentages of the number of students that are not performing at grade level. We also know that students with disability often receive compliance-based rather than goals-oriented instructions. In other words, they're trying to meet the check a box on the IEP as opposed to necessarily providing what that student really needs in order to be successful. We can do better. I know we can do better. Next slide, please. The number of mass of the literacy have outcomes far beyond the classroom, far beyond economic, workforce implications. Students that are not proficient are unemployed, underemployed. We know the cost of remediation is going to grow over time. And the business impacts. We know by listening to the municipalities throughout this state, businesses have chosen not to come to Nevada because of our education system. Our economy desperately needs to diversify. We cannot be allowing these businesses to go someplace else because our education system is not up to what it should. We can do better. We have to do better. Next slide, please. Identify 5 root causes: limited access to high quality early learning, instructional inconsistencies in K-3, fragmented systems and accountability, distributed learning time, and lack of data-driven improvements. Next, pre-K enrollment. What I have here is represented as 9% of our students are enrolled in pre-K. And believe it or not, that's a high statistic that I saw. I also saw 8%, I also saw 7%. I chose to be more optimistic and go with a higher number. National average, I have listed here is 37%. Exactly the low of what I saw. I saw it at 41%, I saw it at 40%. Actually, I took the lower number. So what you have in Matthew is the minimal gap between where we are and where the nation is. Now, another scary consumer is the number to the right of that. Nevada's maximum capacity for pre-K, 1%. In other words, if we had all the money needed, we had all the teachers available, the best we could get to today is 31% because we do not have capacity to go beyond that. It's problematic. That's next. So what I have here are pillars my early literacy action map. Statewide standards and policy alignment, instructional support, educator capacity, access, equity, continuous improvement, family support, and community engagement. Each is aligned to action steps with metrics and people responsible on slides. Next slide, please. So let's start with statewide standards and policy alignment. Action steps for Pillar 1 include establishing a statewide early literacy program, the development of a state-vetted list of high-quality evidence-based literacy curriculum and materials, easily accessible map data. We have data available to us in this state that is extremely challenging to access, even for those that you would think that would be in positions that should have access. It's hard to get to. We have to do a better job for the sake of our students because we can do better. Next slide. The literacy framework clearly defines goals and benchmarks for early literacy development, making sure that we include the stakeholders involved in the process. And I apologize, I feel that's very hard to read, so I'll try to point some of the highlights. Let's make sure that everything's aligned to science and review. You know, SB 460 is mandating our K through 3 teachers have that science and review training. So let's embed that in what we're doing. It's successful, it's based. So let's make sure that's aligned with all our professional development. Partners include RPEP, LEAs, Office at NDE. Let's bring stakeholders to the table. Let's have them have a part of the success because they're part of the answer. Next slide, please. Instructional support and educator capacity. Literacy coach, we have so 3 by grades, 3 blocks, literacy coaches. A lot was passed 10 years ago. Took a while to gear them up. So yeah, at least the last 8 or 9 years, we've had our literacy coaches. They go through additional trainings each year. What I'm proposing is to ensure that the literacy coaches are also providing support for our pre-K initiatives. Because again, as I said, it's so important to make sure that our children at a very early age are getting the success, the skills. Let's make sure that we're connecting our high quality professional development to the science of reading, the United States Literacy Plan. John had his biblical learning, he had over 250 highly effective strategies that teachers can be using that are highly effective, that so many of our classroom teachers have never heard of. We have to make sure that they're taking care of the resources that are going to have the greatest amount of impact for the students. And the PD shouldn't just stop with the teacher. We need our support personnel, our administrators, and of course, our somebody I do or any emphasis. They're the ones that are going to be providing the technical assistance. So they're the ones that have to start that training as well. Next slide. So on this slide, you see updating the role of the literacy coach, expanding our PD agenda to make sure that we are aligned with science of reading. We are also including some of our partners in pre-K, such as Head Start, some of our other sponsored pre-K providers as well, making sure that they have the skills necessary to be successful. Next slide, please. Study support and community engagement. Action steps here include implement family literacy and home visitations as a means of family support. I know when I was in a building trying to get families into the school was a very key priority. I had parent classes, I had other variety of opportunities to bring parents in and help showcase what we're doing and have them be a part of the success of our schools. Established community-based early literacy hubs to support the community engagements. Next slide, please. This slide talks about the early literacy hubs, what would be offered there, the resources, the workshops, the play groups, the free books, the giveaways, the tutoring sessions, the writing opportunities. Action steps here also include the literacy family engagement goals and SIP to make sure that our school leaders are not overlooking the importance and value of the family engagements and their commitment to that through the school improvement process. Again, family workshops and home visits. Next slide, please. And assess equity and continuous improvement. As I mentioned, talks the importance of increasing access to pre-K. Thank goodness SB 460 brought us about 500 seats, 600 seats, this additional seats that were added. And then there's another $6 million in SB 460 for additional seats for next year. Much needed. Let's be very judicious as to how we target where those seats go. I know at NDE, the gatekeeper of the distribution of those seats. Let's make sure that our schools with the greatest amount of needs, such as our MRI schools, our CSI schools, have top priority. And then the next initiative right below that talks about expanding partnerships with Head Start, community-based pre-K providers, because our capacity needs to be extended past that 32%. We need to reach out to spitball group houses or other opportunities where we can have providers finding seats that's going to get us beyond that 31% where we're at now. We have to be creative, we have to reach out, work with our stakeholders because we can do better. Leverage data systems, and I think making sure that we have access to technology that's going to provide forms of information for us so we can make data informed decisions is critically important. Slide. This slide again talks about the metrics, and people respond to updates to school improvement templates. It makes sure that all the elements are aligned. Yes. Additional considerations for equity and contextualization. Well, we live in a very diverse state. I've had the opportunity to travel to all parts of the state. Elko, I was at Esmeralda County and Dyer Elementary, our smallest, I've been in our largest. I know that there are different needs for our different districts. So one size will not fit all. So let's make sure that we're supporting our districts at where they're at and extend upon their capacity so that we're able to be of service to them.
Dr. Wyatt, you have 1 minute.
Chance.
So that's that.
This slide simply is just a summary of some of the initiatives that I mentioned earlier in terms of pillars of success as far as our achievement goals. This slide represents evidence-based instruction. One of the evidence-based intervention. One of the things I want to point out here is the cohesive partnership with RPDP. I read the efficiency study like everybody else, and in the efficiency study, it identified that there was not a cohesive relationship between RPDP and NDE. And as the superintendent, I would change that to make sure we're working together because let's face it, they're all our teachers working for the benefit of their students. See, there needs to be there. It's high impact strategies. Next slide up there. Slide. There we go.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. That was your 15 minutes. I go by very fast.
Let's feel really passionate about this.
Yes, well, thank you for your presentation. Please remain seated while the members of the board finalize their scoring. And members, when you are finished, please pass your performance test scores forward so they may be provided to the board secretary for tabulation. Members, that was 5 minutes. Deputy Superintendent Ford will be around to collect your ratings. Okay. Board will now begin the formal interview process. So there will be 8 interview questions, and questions will be asked by different board members. When you meet your 5-minute response limit, you'll be given I will request that you reach a summary for that item. So with that, we'll begin questions, and I have the first one. Dr. Witt, what do you believe is the most pressing issue in Nevada education today? How would you address it?
I think everything in education, you have the literacy. So to me, literacy, also this you have sort of education that today. When students struggle to read, it impacts all the other subjects too, right? I mean, they're being impacted in math, reading, so science, institutions. So the impact is great to them. If we want to improve our graduation rates, if we want to improve our rates of ninth graders that so they have, if we want to do better in all the rates, if we want to have greater impact for supports, we have to again, the business impact is out there as well, depending on us to improve our education system and literacy being involved in all the other dynamics. We need to make sure that, as I mentioned in my presentation, we have the ability, we have the capability of making sure that literacy does improve. Takes some sure efforts. We have some wonderful professional training. Right, we've got SB 460 for the science reading, we've got AB 335, so that the teachers can learn how to make sure the students have language acquisition. We know that today's teachers come to us through a variety of paths. Things are different than they were many years ago. A traditional teacher went to college, had a student teaching experience, and had all the coursework, and then the end of the classroom. Now we're having teachers that are in the classroom without having all that knowledge and experience. So in many cases, we have to be providing that knowledge and experience while they're already teaching, just the professional development. And again, as mentioned multiple times, probably hear me say it again, we do have capacity in this, we have capability in this state, capacity because of the pockets that we've seen throughout the state. The Nevada State Literacy Plan that came out a few months ago is a great foundation, great starting point to ensure what needs to be accomplished. There are some elements that I'd like to talk about today that addresses that now. I think that one of my biggest opportunities was to collaborate with other superintendents throughout the state, find out what they're doing by way of literacy. I don't have answer, I'll locally admit that, but I'd like to collaborate and try to find out and see what's being successful. I'll give you an opportunity. An example, I know in Washoe last year, they were trying to improve their chronic absenteeism rate. So they ran a campaign of public service announcements where they had videos of students taking why it was important to be in school. I'd love to find out more about that campaign and how successful it was. And if it did well, maybe we could run a campaign in our own statewide about reading. Read early, read daily, for example. Explain to the parents why it's so important that the children read on a daily basis. Research says that is pretty important. They're reading 10, 15 minutes daily is going to improve their literacy skills dramatically. So why don't we have some brochures made up with the pediatrician's office, the areas, have some PSAs to help parents understand just how critically important it is to make sure that our students are getting the literacy skills they need. In addition to that, we need some literacy hubs. And we need some community opportunities, so especially the rural areas where
Dr. White, you have 1 minute.
where families and students can go and get homework support, they can have book giveaways, they can have others, they can have tutoring. I would have monthly meetings with our superintendents throughout this state to try and identify things that are being successful and see if they can be scaled up on the state level. And then, of course, I would bring that back and report out what we're finding success with, what do we need to do here. What I do know is that we can't keep doing the same thing. We have to reach out and try new techniques. Even if they're not successful, we have to try for the sake of our students.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm up with our second question. It's a multi-part question, so it's fair warning. So how familiar are you with Nevada's Portrait of a Learner and relevant national frameworks? How would you ensure that Nevada's approach continues to evolve while remaining grounded in a whole child philosophy? Looking ahead, what is your vision for the Portrait of a Learner over the next 5 years, and how would you measure meaningful progress towards that vision?
Well, I know that Portrait of a Learner evolved, the law that was passed in 2017 that allowed us to pilot alternatives to Carnegie's based mastery learning as a way to earn credits on a competitive basis. And considering that Carnegie has been around since 1906, all four are trying to find some alternative ways to show that the child is successful in terms of what they need to know. I know that West Ed and the Center for the Future of Learning with NDE in order to get Portrait of a Learner up right. It aligns with the Brown Institute in terms of making sure that health, safety, and wellness of the student, whole child is connected. It has 4 components: empowering, impacting, connecting, and thriving. So students can be asking themselves, what do they need in order to succeed? What do they need in order to make connections that are sustainable? What do they need in order to empower their own learning? It plans the achievement students need to have the academic needs with transferable skills and character traits. Character traits like empathy, integrity, resilience. Transferable skills like creativity, curiosity, civic engagement, problem solving, those type of things. There are 17 other states that there are at least 17 other states that have something similar to Portrait of a Learner in terms of the components. I did find 2 different additions in 2 states, Utah and South Carolina. One has a financial literacy component, the other has a data literacy component. And I think that we could certainly explore if that was something that we would want to add into learning since it is still evolving. One of my first course of business as a superintendent would be presented as Portrait of a Learner, so that you can see where we're at as a state, what's already been accomplished. And I would ask for your input in the direction you'd like to take moving forward. I must say that the contracts with West Ed and the Center for the Future of Learning have expired, so they're no longer at this moment participating. I will also say that there are no EPPs at NDE where Portrait of a Learner is their primary responsibility. We have great EPPs in the Office of Teaching and Learning that know a lot about portrait learning, that assist the districts the best they can as they're trying to do their day job, for lack of a better term. So after I present to the board, if it's the intent of the board that we move forward aggressively and it becomes a priority, the deputy superintendent of academic achievement for students would play a key role in leading this project. I would want to make sure that it is a priority. I do believe in the value of it. I believe that it has a lot of merits and do a lot of good things. There are some things that we would need to do. We would need to align the NEPF to the critical learner, because right now teachers are a little bit afraid to deviate from what they are doing, because the NEPF is how they're evaluated. They're pretty strict in making sure that they're hitting the components of the NEPF. So if that doesn't weigh in with the critical learner, it may not get the consideration it needs. So I'd love to have some kind of crosswalk and make sure that that's embedded. I'd like to have a bank of some project-based lessons, because they're difficult to create for our teachers. And I think, again, as I mentioned many times, as a state, we have the knowledge to make those things available and accessible if we had a data bank that the teachers created, so that everybody would have access to them, and then also assessments to go along with it, with the rubrics. Because on an individual teacher, this is extremely time consuming and there's already a together play. So let's see if we can structure a mechanism that as a state, we can dashboard that's available to the teachers so that they have access to it. Again, I'm not asking them to reach out to go to some vendor and see if they can provide this for us, because I do think we have the capability right here in Nevada.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Can you please provide us, that's 5 minutes, can you please provide us with a summary?
I do believe that it has great value. I think the students will be very much engaged as we look more into competency-based education, which I think have an impact in terms of writing down chronic absenteeism, rising up our graduation rate higher than the 82% we're currently at. And I think we'll see our proficiency rates go up.
Jennifer Hudson for the record. Thank you for your answer. I have your next question. What is your strategic vision for improving student outcomes in Nevada, particularly for underserved student groups, such as our multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and students experience homelessness?
So I using our current resources efficiently, which would be my primary, and then being intentional with our new assets in order to create effective teachers. We have our student service center, and that will be dedicated to performing schools that become on. I think that critical to the success. Many of our current schools that might be on the CSI list, the MRI list. Right now, there is approximately 280 schools that are either on MRI, CS, ATS and ITSI, or 1 or 2 star schools. That is a large group of schools that we need to provide service. Be a key opportunity when you get targeted supports. Right? So in Arizona, where they have principals come and they work with the underperforming schools on a regular and consistent basis. We have a lot of contractors at NDE. Maybe that's a model that we might want to be able to explore, is bring them in as contractors and let them support some of these schools by way of their knowledge, their expertise, their experience. I think that I would like to also remove our alternative schools from the MRI list. We have the ability to do that through SLA. And right now they get frustrated because they understand that the metric that we use to choose our MRI schools disadvantages them, and there's going to be no way for them to come off of that list. So that's one of the other areas like I like to collaborate more at NEE. As we saw through the efficiency studies, a lot of our offices work in silos. This collaboration in terms of sharing information, sharing data at school, which I think can be extremely impactful. Working together, maybe we could create some student success pods. They wouldn't have to necessarily leave their office assignment, but they would be able to partner with another office when they go out on site visits. When I do see the visits from now, I go out with somebody else from MRI. So we have similar backgrounds, similar experience. Why not send somebody the experience from MRI, somebody from maybe teaching a career, teaching a career, maybe creating, by some CTE service. Let's try some different dynamics in order to make sure that the schools are getting the support they need. Let's make sure that we're working together. Because, and come back to our MRI school, they have to complete the MRI 6 essentials. Essential 6 identifies that they're required to use a SEA provider for their daily instruction. We had a provider that they were using, which was providing some professional development for teachers that had expired. I would recommend that we bring in a provider that's able to provide personalized instruction to the students, individual pathways. We know that this will help with our multilingual students, our students with special needs, and our students that are experiencing homelessness. They'll have an opportunity to follow the pathway that's going to make them successful through this personalized instruction that we would get through the vendor via the Ascension 6. As far as making sure that all the schools have the strategies they need, we have a lot of expertise at NEE. In the office of OSSS, we have a PPP that's extremely knowledgeable with respect to Penny Benson and students that are experiencing homelessness. She would be able to provide strategies that the schools need in order to help those students, such as make sure that enrollment is immediate, make sure transportation is available, make sure that tutoring is accessible. As far as students with special needs, special disabilities, our Office of Inclusive Education would be able to work with schools in such a way that they would make sure that they're not just getting compliance-driven instruction that matches the IEP, but it's high quality. They can work with the Office of Teaching and Learning and make sure teachers have the skills to be able to present that information. And what I would advocate for is making sure all this information is available to the schools and teachers. Right now, NDE is the best kept secret in the state. Let's publish that information. Let's make it available so that we understand how we can give assistance to them.
Thank you, Dr. White. It's right on time. Thank you.
This is Member Land for the record. Thank you for answering the last question. So the next one will have multiple components as well. So describe a time you led a large-scale effort that significantly improved student outcomes. What measurable results did you achieve? What strategies did you use? And what was your role? How did your efforts close achievement gaps across various student subgroups?
So the experience I'll talk about was when I first got to Wood Elementary, again, it's a high school, market sector, socioeconomic high Hispanic population, population, 38% asking for school. I wanted to see why are students not performing better than what they are. And after walking building a couple of times, I came to realize our teachers did not have expectations from our students. When I looked at that was in front of the students, it was anywhere from 1, 2, 3 grade levels. A lot of the students were the teachers just did not feel the students were capable of doing work at their grade level. There was no RTI in the school. Teachers lacked knowledge of standards. They were not making data decisions. And I knew we had to raise expectations. I knew we had to get PPE in there on scaffolding, student engagement, mapping standards, small group instruction, all those type of things. So I worked with our chairs. I tried to get teacher buy-in. It's very important to make sure that this was not going to be my directive, but that would be a shared effort, that everybody understood the process. I was the new principal, and I did not want to just come in with a heavy hand, even though I felt that significant changes were necessary. I started with parallel shares, explained some of the things that were being, and they relayed that they did not want students to be frustrated. Students were capable of doing better, or to which the accountant would be that proper training, scaffolding, and some of the skills necessary as teachers would be to have critical content in front of the students. They even were bringing in worksheets, outside worksheets that matched none of the standards. So improvement was necessary, it was required. So I contacted CPD, and I was very fortunate. They were able between February and February. So between February and May, we were able to get all our teachers staggered through the scaffolding and student engagement, small construction, and standards. And then I did what we call curriculum audit. Okay, so the assistant principal and I pulled work samples from instruments, all of their grade levels. And there was no identifying information on a student's names, anything that would identify grade level, work on works coming. And at gradational meetings, I asked the teachers to please, look at this work and identify where you think this came from. What grade level do you think this work was found in? And they were quite surprised. It was a huge eye-opener for them to see that there was a fifth grade class that had work in front of them that applied to a second grade standard. So they now had training to understand the importance of why they had to make sure the students were presented with grade level work. We had RTI film. We had that was through our coaches and through our assistant principal. We had a good RTI program going, this tier 2 instruction to make sure the students were getting the support they need. It's kind of towards the end of the year, but what the teachers did was they worked with me to establish a series of non-negotiables. And one of the non-negotiables was the marketing students for tier 1 instruction needed to be on grade level. And then, of course, tier 2 information, tier 2 would be at the student's building. So they understood the process far greater. My role was more facilitator. I did arrange all the PD with CPD, but I facilitated the structure of the operation. We saw upgrades. It took a while. It took us about 4 years to start seeing some significant results. We also had some teachers that didn't want to be part of it, put it together to lead. And we were able to lower the achievement gap, and we were able to raise student achievement.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt, right on cue again. All right, next.
Hello, Dr. Wyatt. I am member Braxton, and I just have the next question. It's part 1. How would you implement statewide initiatives across 17 diverse districts? How would you balance both enforcing policy and accountability measures while also maintaining strong collaborative relationships with districts?
Yeah, let's start identifying that the implementation process has to be achieved. Because districts, it's extremely large, it's extremely small. And through our districts, there's school departments that are capable of working with NDP and rolling out initiatives. And some of our districts, there are very small, and 1 or 2 people at that are available to provide it. So it's very possible that this particular initiative that's facing the person that's being held responsible for rolling it out, it's not necessarily in a particular way. So it would be more intense support than, let's say, just that person responsible for that area of the initiative is. So as far as differentiated supports to our LEAs, it's a district that understands the process, understands what's necessary, and it just has some simple questions. Could be answered with a phone call, could be answered with a email, it might be just a virtual conversation, and then they're on their way to keep moving the initiative. However, if this is one of our districts where the person or people responsible for pulling out that initiative lack background knowledge and experience, then providing more intense support. We would might even go on state and help them, depending on whatever the need is. So we would value the district's sense of readiness at the time of that initiative, and we would provide the support that coordinates with that. With respect to initiatives, whenever possible, I want to make sure that the the LEAs require process. We would want to make sure that they're involved in putting out guidance document, any type of new structure that's coming down the pipe. We would want to make sure that LEAs are well informed. We would continue with the newsletters. We would also have collaboratives or office hours. And I would want to make sure that we have timely technical assistance. Again, back to the efficiency report. It seems that some of our responses might been a little bit delayed. So I would increase our customer service to our LEAs, ask that our personnel be responding with a reply within 24 hours. Even if our reply is, I don't know, I'll have to look into this, and then we follow that back up 48 hours. You still have to. I just want to make sure that it's not an email or a phone call, and then this. You want to make sure there's an increased customer. I also want to make sure that our website is a better source of information for LEAs and stakeholders and parents and everybody that uses it as a resource. I've heard many times throughout many of my visits that it's not updated, it has incorrect information. I would literally, as superintendent, have a direct link comments that ties to the website so that when these issues are occurring, that'll come directly to me. And I would be responsible for making sure it's corrected. If it's something as simple as this person happens, the new person is you talk to for this particular item, then we'll get it changed without waiting months and months and months. It's an opportunity in my role to be a lead on our project, resource allocation review. And it was a state initiative that was through the feds. And what I did was work with our stakeholder partner, PD, and I reached out to every LEA and SPCSA to see if they were willing to participate. I wanted as much participation as possible. Did not get a lot, originally, focus groups. We have 6 focus groups. Again, everybody was invited, every focus group, even though we already had certain people joining us, I was reaching out continuously to try to bring more people in because I wanted as much involvement as possible when we're rolling out anything that's going to have a wide impact on our LEAs. So through that process, I already
Dr. Wyatt, that's 5 minutes. Can you provide us with a summary statement?
through that experience, we had positive working relationships with our LEAs. As far as the enforcement piece of that, we want to make sure that there's clear and consistent expectations. We want to help our LEAs understand those expectations. We will support with accountability. There were two-way relationships, and I will continue to partner with all the superintendents in the state to make sure that they're successful.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. This is part 2. As state superintendent, Annette Dawson-Owens for the record, as state superintendent, how would you leverage state policy, funding, and partnerships to create conditions that improve educator retention across Nevada's diverse districts?
Thank you for that question. I think the more that we can use technology to inform our decisions, the easier our lives get. We're able to make better, higher quality decisions. And I know that this board was presented in January with a dashboard opportunity through a vendor in order to give us a teacher workforce dashboard, which would allow the LEAs to understand where vacancies are throughout the state. Give knowledge in terms of curriculum, content, particular school that had a lot of vacancies. That dashboard launched in March, but unfortunately in April, that dashboard went offline and has not been applied since because the contract with that vendor expired. So I would communicate with this board to find out if that is something I want to pursue. I understand that it would cost to get the dashboard again because the heavy lift is already done. It's already something that's really available. You just need to flip the switch. So I think tracking vacancies is critically important. So I think we need to make sure that we tap into all the access that we can to be able to help the LEAs. Next point, I would love, we have a common theme here at this point, I'd love to collaborate with the superintendents. I want to find out what are they doing to help retention in their particular district. I know at Elko, as well as in Elko in Oahe, as well as in Esmeralda and Dyer, they actually have on-site housing at low cost for their staff. Great initiative. What a wonderful thing for their staff to be able to benefit from. And what are some of the other things that the superintendents are doing that we might be able to scale up through the entire state? I would tap into that resource as much as possible. We know why teachers leave. The number one reason why teachers leave is workforce environment, or to the workplace environment. And we know that that is a very broad term that goes to a lot of different things. It could be the administrator is not supporting them. It could be a heavy paperwork load. It could be something as maybe they don't feel they have enough collaboration time. Maybe they feel that they have too many challenging students. I'd like to address those issues. I would like to put forth maybe an opportunity for Title 128 money to provide a mentorship, a statewide mentorship, in addition to what some of the LEAs are already having, or it would supplement what they already have, or be in place of ones that do not have something already. I also know that coming down the pike, our school improvement team at NDE will have a school leadership forum as well as leadership academy for our principals. Maybe teacher retention might be one of those topics that they might want to share information about during one of those sessions. I think it's important for the principals to understand what the dynamics are at other schools so they can learn, and again, learn from one another. So again, it's bringing stakeholders together, learning from each other because we have the capability in our state. And I'll be the first to admit I don't have all the answers. I don't. And never professed to. Unfortunately, I do know where there's some other schools throughout our state. And I do feel that I have the capacity to work with our stakeholders to make those situations better, to improve the outcomes. So I will build on the relationships that I already have established across the state, because I think that holds a strong value. And as I mentioned, I've been to a lot of diverse schools. I've already had conversations with what we can do better at the state level. Unfortunately, I was never in a position to make any difference in those situations. As superintendent, I would make that difference. And I think it's just extremely important, and I can't underscore this enough, we have to keep trying to do things because it's the future of our children.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. So the next question is relative to political and fiscal savvy. Please share an example of a time when you had to make difficult budget decisions to align with strategic priorities. In your response, please describe how you managed constraints, secured stakeholder buy-in, and how your experience prepared you to navigate Nevada's unique educational funding structures and governance.
Well, as a principal in Arkansas School District for 19 years, I had the opportunity to make some savvy decisions aligned to plans. I'll speak of one particular example where budgets came to us in September. We were asked to cut $80,000 and a small elementary school. That's a lot of money. That's a pretty large sum. And this was back over dollars now to give the school a little bit of a piggy bank, if you will, to be able to pull through some of the juice. We didn't have an opportunity. So the first thing I did was I called staff together and let them know the situation we're in. Again, schools already started, everybody's pretty comfortable, we're well on our way. And now I have presented some information that we had to make of $80,000, which they understood was a huge amount as well. But I think it's important to get the staff together as soon as possible, because I did not want them to hear me. I did not want the story to grow. I did not want that $80,000 deficit to turn into a $200,000 deficit. Everybody was kind of fearing and panicking about the things to come. So I wanted them to have the information straight from me as early as possible. Next, about the leadership team together. We had a meeting to discuss, how are we going to address this? And we looked at multiple line items, supply items, other areas. There was nothing that was going to get us to $80,000 out looking at the line item. That was the only way that we were going to be able to make the steps. So we understood that. We knew that it was involving kind of a teacher. So, next question, where we had a couple specialists, we had a couple grade levels that were under ratio because student enrollment didn't get up to where we anticipated to be, which we had this time. So we looked at a variety of possibilities, but collectively, we made a decision that we were going to make sure that students were the priority, that we were going to make the cut that did not provide distribution. We wanted to make sure that they stayed a priority and our coaches. The impact was still going to be there, but it was not as great as taking a teacher out of the classroom, having students in other classrooms. The disruption of that was going to be far greater of an impact on us. So, unfortunately, we had to cut a teacher. Next, I had a meeting with the full organizational team. It's an advisory group. They still need to be informed, and they understood the process. They supported the process. Again, we do not have decision-making capacity, but again, somebody else that we brought into to help them understand what's going on. Then the conversation with the teacher. Right? We have a teacher that perhaps needs to say goodbye to, it's probably end of September, early October. Tough decision. When you're dealing with human capital and you have to cut a teacher, that's really a hard decision. It's a hard decision to execute, but we had to do it. As far as the next part of that question in terms of how did that prepare me for this particular role and the staffing challenges, excuse me, funding challenges that might be in our state. We know all too well that in Nevada, our economy is extremely sensitive to what's going on nationally. So a dip one place might be a huge dip in Nevada. So we're extremely sensitive to that. We also know that sometimes federal dollars don't always come in to what we're expecting. So I have to be prepared to be flexible and make those kind of adjustments, either as the superintendent with my NDE staff, maybe it might mean move some people around and we're using a different set of funds in order to make sure that we're not losing staff. Or maybe the schools are not getting all the money they're counting on. And maybe we could try to, let's for example, say little aid money didn't come up to what it was expected to come up to. Well, maybe I could work with RPDP and our Office of Teaching and Learning might be provide some professional development and maybe some schools would plan on using a vendor for it. But because little aid money didn't get there, we have to try something.
Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning. This is the board record. How would you collaborate with the State Board of Education to ensure alignment on priorities and shared advocacy process? In your response, fostering engagement, such as students, legislators, state agencies, or community and business members. And how you would ensure the student voices meaningfully influence how student voice meaningfully influence state level decision.
Well, I think you'll find I'm very curious. I think that hopefully through my answer so far this morning, you recognize that I value collaboration with a variety of stakeholders very highly. So I do not feel that any dynamic of collaboration be an issue in terms of my collaboration. I'm extremely accessible. I'm going to be available anytime to be the board members, not any concerns. As far as the structures in place, I'm willing to continue whatever to make sure was in place previous after giving that board letters. Or if you want to do something different, I'm more than happy to do maybe weekly check-ins with the chair, 15-20-minute phone call just to kind of update where we are at NDE. If that's something we'd rather have happen. Or maybe twice a month meetings with a couple of members of the board to provide updates to particular projects. So I'm extremely open to whatever the board's desire is as far as the collaborative process. I would have one recommendation as far as tracking initiatives. I think it would be important that we have an electronic document, such as a smart sheet, for example, that can serve as a project planner that has the initiative on it, that has the role and responsibility, my role, the staff's role at NDE, or maybe if there's board members that has a role particular with this initiative, and it would be an up-to-date tracking of where we are with that initiative. Of course, I'm going to be attending a board meeting, providing executive summaries, and I would make sure that there is outreach each and every time that there was a concern so that you understood of the state place at the NDE level. As far as some of the other stakeholders, let's start with students. I know there's already a student advisory group that's in place. I'm sure that I would hold regular meetings with our student advisory group. Now, make sure the representation of our student advisory group is very inclusive. We have students from different student learning groups to make sure they're represented. I want to make sure that there is widespread representation on our student learning groups to make sure that they have input on any of our initiatives that we're moving forward, and that the other thing will also might become one line. As superintendent, plan on spending a lot of time in schools. I love visiting schools. That's one of the points of my position with working with MRI. I enjoy it the most. So I like going to schools and talking to the students and the parents and the leadership teams And I would love to gain information from our students in an informal setting as well. So there will be plenty of opportunity for me to engage our students. I will hold town hall meetings that will be translated if necessary. I had town hall meetings at my last two groups, and I was the first to make sure that there was translation available. Because I don't want to make sure anybody will disenfranchised. I would involve our community and business partners, Bureau of Indian Education, our chambers, our municipalities, our PTA, any of our nonprofits that we work with, any faith-based groups that want to have an opportunity. I enjoy and love talking education. I talk to anybody, anytime, and I'm always accessible. As far as the legislation goes, I had an opportunity to talk to legislators at the legislative building on 3 different occasions. I came up twice, Zoom, was around and speak to legislators on behalf of making sure that funding is going to continue. Just this past session, I was up talking to legislators on a particular bill. I already have a working relationship with education chair on the assembly side, so member Charles Fawcett. I will make sure that I also have a relationship with Senator Taylor on the Senate side, working with legislators from the Assembly and the Senate to make sure that we're making good, high impactful decisions for our students.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Thank you, members of the board, for the questions. At this time, I would like to ask members if they have any clarifying questions for Dr. Wyatt. Okay, see none. Very thorough responses, thank you. So on behalf of the board, I would like to thank you for meeting with us today and for your interest in serving as Nevada's next superintendent of public instruction. You may stay there for a moment, or you may walk away from our chair.
I want to thank everybody for this opportunity. This is a huge pleasure for me. Hopefully it came from my answers that I'm very passionate about education, specifically in Nevada. This is where my heart is. Kids, like I said, went to school here. I've been part of this institution for many years, very committed to the students and the families, and I hope I have an opportunity to serve as the next superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. All right, members, please complete your scoring forms and we will select them. As we submit your reports, we will take a brief 6-minute break and resume at 11 o'clock. What's really about work here, but so it's the just like this. It seems to be much better. I think that's the actually like monitoring.
It's it. Thanks. You want to be ready. Still.
I still think it's
You tell you all their since they can't leave. It's funny. I just like here. I just. So here's what I think makes the last one. Watching what's usual serious. Seems it's looking scary. Services will be small. That's my head. If you do between us, so just if you do that. It's good. That's why. That's why. Read it. Yeah, right. Plus it's on. I really hurt. One that's it. Great. Great. She's forgetting. So this is every time. Yeah. No, I know it's good time. Steve, those parts. Yeah, they say that's like. I guys use people. So keep going. There's nothing anywhere. Well, it's like we need. You're not supposed to say don't. What you're thinking before there's on these. Yeah, right. It's gonna be like that. It's not so if you so you have to street towns that we're actually managing. Right. So we're just now we're just making it all. Send it's just steps.
It's like me funny.
I just want to talk to you about it just because it's actually a nice one too. Next one I like in a little bit, but just for you. We would start from yeah, it's really I'm with learn. Are you lots of machines? It's right, I'm just. No, that's something I understand. But that is like. So it's awesome. I'm trying to you'll see it on the this clothes on back to Richard. Serious. I'm
Breaking apart. Right, right. You want. You like first.
All right, we will now resume the meeting. It is 11:04. Before we move on to the next candidate, I want to share with the members of the board and the public that we will be conducting this one more interview. And then we will be taking a 30-minute break for lunch. Okay, so at this time, I would like to welcome Dr. Koontz. Thank you for being here with us today. Dr. Koontz, please begin by briefly introducing yourself and then proceeding with your prepared presentation. Please take about 5 minutes for your introduction and then proceed with the presentation when ready.
Thank you so much. I do want to start with a moment of gratitude. I know that this morning has been a tremendous. Thank you for interview questions, performance tasks, rubrics. It really has been thoughtful and intentional in the way in which you're moving forward. It shows a real commitment to the work. It shows a real commitment to selecting and moving forward the next state superintendent for Nevada. So I appreciate all of your hard work. I just want to say a huge shout out to Lisa Ford, who has been absolutely amazing. And I'm sure the team would thank her at having communication, your expectations. And it's just so appreciate it. Career educator faith. My earliest memory is of my father's classroom and walking down the hallways to help him sit up every year. And then my family having many discussions about classrooms and education. I started as a high school English teacher in a small rural community in Southwest Ohio and moved through a lot of different principals and office administrator. And my husband and I had the opportunity to move to Tennessee. In Tennessee, I served in roles in suburban Tennessee and as a children's specialist overseeing 21 different schools in Nashville. The moment when they went from 9 priority schools to 21 priority schools. So I remember that experience well and had the opportunity in Tennessee so to be the state chief academic officer during the pandemic and after the pandemic, including the Tennessee Literacy Success Act.
mandatory summer programming, and pedagogical tutoring. 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to be appointed as the state superintendent in Virginia. And through my experiences in Virginia, I also had the opportunity to implement the Virginia Literacy Act, all in Virginia recovery efforts and accountability behavior measures. Every one of those steps and every one of those experiences were centered around students. I believe it's about every child, every day. And that's a mantra I carry through each of those sets of work. But it's also important when you're at that state level and you are removed from classroom experiences to be able to connect back. So stakeholder engagement is a critical component of my leadership, and it's an extensive part of how policy decisions should be made and are made, but also we forget to come back to stakeholder feedback during implementation. And as we look across all of the experiences I've had in urban, suburban, rural, and you look across the vast unique situations in schools in Tennessee and Virginia, I have to go out and talk to stakeholders, school leaders, superintendents, talk to students, talk to all the diverse stakeholders that are in that community so that you carry that voice back to you when you're making those decisions and trying to figure out both that implementation, but the strategy for the whole thing. I want to make sure I tell you about some of my core beliefs and who I am before I move into the presentation. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, and welcome to Nevada. We're glad to have you here with us today. Thank you. For your presentation, when you'd like to advance the slide, just indicate to advance and we'll do that on your behalf.
Thank you. So it was hard for me to choose one policy piece, knowing that our schools don't get to choose one piece every day as I selected a piece for this 3-year plan. And so it's almost like you had to make one piece of pizza and not the whole pizza. So you will see a trend throughout my presentation where I connect different components or I reference components because it is just a 15-minute presentation. So as we think about our students and as we think about what we want them to be ready, ultimately our goal is not just to make sure they graduate, but that they walk across that stage and that they walk into their next step of life knowing what and where they're going and prepared for the experience of that. So I'm going to skip the next slide and go to one more. Thank you. So as we think about what we need to think about for college and career readiness, and as we think about the state policy levers, often we immediately look at high schools. We think about our guidance counselors, we think about our program. We have to think about our middle school students actually ready for the experiences that happen in high school. Are our middle school students academically prepared when they walk into the high school or the advanced coursework of AP? Are they ready for dual enrollment? Can they take on work-based learning experiences and industry recognized credentialing? What is their readiness? And if I had more time, I would love to talk about our elementary school students ready for middle school and what that looks like. But as we look at the problem analysis, you will see that we have to look at our middle school students. And I'm just gonna take a step back and talk about where were our middle school students today during COVID, because I think that's a critical moment for us to think about as we're thinking about closing gaps for high school readiness. And so our middle school students that are starting or have started this week were in primary school. They were in those foundational years of kindergarten, first and second grade, reading and mathematics. And during COVID and the year after COVID, they lost a lot of that direct instruction and received it online or in private settings. And then you'll notice that 22 and 23 and 23, 24 are green-ish. But we also had teachers in, teachers out, schools shuttered, students in, students out. And it created this effect for our children as they were learning those foundational things, almost like some layers of Swiss cheese. Each one had different levels of gaps, and we're trying to build content knowledge, grade level knowledge of these gaps. So as we look at our middle school students, it's absolutely essential that we support those students. The Center for Education Policy and Research at Harvard did an analysis of the NAEP data by state to look at about how far students are behind. And Nevada is in the middle of the pack, but if we look at our middle school students, they are on average half a year behind. So those students are trying to get ready for these awesome high school experiences, are half a year behind and trying to learn rigorous course. So that is a challenge that we have to think about. It's a challenge that we have to think about in middle school to make sure college readiness is one. So when we look at NAEP, it's important for me to start with NAEP because this board has set around being the top 10. And so where is Nevada in that space? Well, look at 2019. Nevada was in the middle of states in their performance. When we look at 2024, Nevada is still in the middle of their performance. But you'll notice states are moving and catching up and moving progress in their 8th grade reading. And I'm going to focus on the 8th grade because we know that that's that last national readiness measure that moves us into being high school ready. So our reading scores, while other states are starting to move, 8th grade schools have not yet. And then when we look at the short pathway of 8th grade, you'll see there was a blip in 2022. We started to increase, but then hit that pathway to decline in 8th grade. So that's a critical area for us to make sure we can meet that top 10. But also as we think about Nevada's state literacy plan, the literacy plan really focuses on K-12 and disciplinary literacy. The NAEP really measures and leans into that. So this is a measure we can see whether or not our students are right. And when we look at mathematics, we notice that a lot of states are sliding, and a lot of states are moving into that significantly behind California. Nevada is not there. Nevada is still sitting in a little bit below, but in the middle. And then if you go to the next, it's been very flat throughout the history of NAEP. Our performance has not moved. We haven't seen any movement in it. We've got to get into that because what we know 8th grade, just like we know 8th grade literacy really prepares our students for the demand of knowledge and thinking that they will learn for. Math helps us with critical thinking, problem solving, the ability to do something critical learner, thinking agility that you want to see, and our students are just in the middle there. So if on the next slide, we move to the school performance for the state, and we think about where our students are statewide, and we look at chronic absenteeism in 2018-19, 1 in 5 students missed 10% absent. Half of middle school students were proficient, and 1 in 3 of middle school students were proficient in math. And as we move to 2023 and 24, where we are today, looking at your performance framework with really strong criterion reference tests in one of the strongest systems. 1 in 3 students are absent. And what we know about chronic absenteeism is students aren't there on every day. We saw the impact of COVID, but that's still continuing. And if a student isn't here for 10% of their learning, what we saw in Virginia is a student with 18 percentage points lower scoring in reading and 25% lower in mathematics. So that's a critical area. And you'll see those impacts in our 8th grade scores with 2 in 5 middle school students proficient in ELA and 1 students proficient in math. So we are in a challenge of making sure our students are ready and making sure. Next slide, please. So the other thing I want to talk about, which is something that we should think about, one of the most important things we need to think about as we think about our students, and I want to mention that there's disaggregated data, but given my timeline, I'm not going to go into that. It's in the appendix. Is are more students returning to school? Next slide. And as we look at students in Nevada, we look at that metric of where we were and where we are in 23, 24, we know that it's a national process. We know we ask students to stay home. We ask them to be safe. But we have to change that mindset because what we know is that our most marginalized students who are struggling the most, are missing more school. So we have to think about attendance in a way that it's just not a thing. It is a leading indicator about whether or not students are going to have access to those routines and important pieces, to the academics that are, to the catch-up system that allow them to get caught up in, to those wraparound supports, whether it's food insecurities, whether it's mental health supports, and the social pieces that are critical for our best place for our students to be today. So attendance is a critical leading indicator and a piece of the data we should be looking at as that whole picture. If we're thinking about students being ready in elementary, middle school, and engaging in that program would be available or is available across the state. So as we go to the next, we look at where Nevada is in comparison to states. It is the fifth highest state in the data over time around absenteeism. Next slide. And we know that nationally, Hispanic students increased in absenteeism most. And so that is a significant challenge for us. I do want to commend Nevada. Nevada has been one of the states that with attendance works in AEI to commit to reducing absenteeism by 50%. And that's a great first step. But I'll talk about some other strategies that could be put in place in the next 3 years to the strategy station. So as we move next these into key strategies, the first two strategies, closing academic gaps and increasing daily attendance, are about those middle school readiness, making sure that we give time to students, make sure they're academically ready when they enter the high school and the AP Academy, dual enrollment and those dual credit experiences, because we can't place them in those places. And in 2021, you made a goal of 50% of our students graduating with college and career readiness diplomas. Congratulations for having a diploma. That's incredibly. You've incentivized that. You've put situation resources in place, an expectation. And in 2028, you want all students to be on that quality experience, which means we have to close those gaps now as we look at that trajectory over. Second, we have to increase daily attendance rates, because when we increase daily attendance rates, those students are in school and have access to the opportunities. Then in strategy 3, as you look at the school performance framework, and I know that Senate Bill 460 is going to change a lot of pieces in the accountability measure, but as you look at your college and career measurements, they don't open and they're not as transparent as some of the other measures. So you can't walk in and have conversations about how that translates to businesses, to workplace, to different strategies, and it's important for those two investments to come together. So it's really clear to other stakeholders, and I'll talk about it a little more in the stakeholder section, that CCFR matters not just to that high school, not just to that family, but to the community, to the businesses that serve, and really help you to start thinking about building those partnerships and those innovative spaces in the high school. The strategy 4 is about the flexibility. Long-time educators, us, are hard to change. I think we can walk into many high schools across this country, and there are steam roads, there are still bell schedules, and there's no personalized. I think that has taken a lot of great steps to break those molds. I'm really leaning into the portrait of a learner, those durable workforce skills, those agency skills, those ability to figure out how they have impact is incredibly important, and making sure that competency-based learning for additional time for catch-up structures and acceleration for those students who can do more things are critical in building upon some of the bright spots that are actually in Nevada, making sure every child helps. And I'm going to walk through these strategies. You have blue, yellow, and red tabs in the folder that I handed you. I certainly don't have time to dig into each of these strategies. So I wanted to kind of voice over strategy 1A is our literacy. I am so excited about Nevada's state literacy plan, and told Dr. Hubert, like, it's made the K-12 focus, the focus not only on early literacy and the development of literacy skills, focus on disciplinary literacy is to be commended, and it's clear. But helping our district very tight, the district with 400 kiddos in very well central office, and a district size of Clark County, you have to put frameworks in place, because all of the policies between grade by grade 3, leading towards Senate Bill 60, grade by preschool opportunities and the additional literacy hours. But as leader, I really help putting those pieces together. We've seen in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee is a clear pathway and a framework and a roadmap where schools can enter in different places with their different resources and be able to find consistent integration. It's important for our families to use and build that literacy. You'll see some work there. And then increasing Nevada's use of additional time strategies. If our students are on average half a year behind, how are we thinking differently about time and making sure that every child, every community across the 17 school districts has the opportunity for those friends that fit in and give them the opportunity to catch. And then that we saw in the eighth unit a long history of flat data and some backwards mapping in eighth grade. So there is a national movement called All Kids Are Not Kids. And if we survey teachers, there would be a lot of conversation about whether kids are kids. So I think it's important putting that stake in the sand first, because we know that benefit your STEM critical thinking, problem solving are critically important. And I just am impressed with how Nevada works through the literacy plan, implementing that same advisory and application when to build a toolkit is important, and then launching map pilots so that we can learn and grow from that space. And then as we move to strategy 2,
Dr. Coons, you have 1 minute.
oh, okay. Strategy 2 is around attendance and really leaning into evidence-based models such as AEI and the leadership. Growth strategy 3 is around really, guys, well, I'm going to move to strategy. Keep going. Right. And then I have on the next slide, metrics. The metrics are not broken up in that detail. I believe in state engagement metrics because state engagement is important because you want people to get on the bus. So these are the concept metrics, but not detail metrics. The board has set their metrics. That would be something to do with leadership, and then you get feedback from your districts. And then as we talk about implementation, it is critically important for state leaders to give the policy framework and the implementation and the barrier for education. So it's important for our teachers to get trained and have long right business and community and our GOED and different agencies to help us with families. And I left off students who are the most important group because I think our students need voice and opportunity and dig in. And then as we move to the timeline.
Thank you, Dr. Coons. That was 15 minutes.
Yes, go now.
By very.
Yes. Can I just mention you have all the resources, and I apologize for not getting the opportunity. I got stuck in the data. I'm very excited.
We understand. Thank you so much for your presentation. Sit tight, take a drink of water, and the board will score our forms, and we'll be back in just a few moments. So their forms handed in, so we'll proceed with the interview process. Moving on, the board will now begin the 8 formal interview questions. Questions will be asked by different members, and when you meet your 5-minute response limit for each question, I will request a summary statement so we can move on to the next one. And I have questions. So, what do you believe is the most pressing issue in Nevada education today, and how would you address
Thank you for that question, President. I appreciate it. I think I talked about the continuum of work and getting students to their graduation. But as I look at everything that we do in education, literacy of children, and it is the most pressing issue to set our students up for success. And so as we think about literacy, Nevada has leaned in with grade 3, Senate Bill 460 adds in elements of early literacy, fourth grade, preschool, and we are getting back into week, making sure students have those opportunities. But your Nevada State Literacy Plan is incredibly well designed. It talks about evidence-based research for Tier 1. It talks about the intervention using the MTSS model. It is vertically aligned, and it really leans into national. I've had the opportunity to implement Tennessee Literacy Success Act, and I'm very jealous of the academic literacy and the disciplinary literacy there. I think as we look at literacy, those are all the puzzle pieces. But as we think about state and our state role, a lot of times we don't necessarily to our district's maximum and the resources and the experiences that they have to move our teachers forward and to move to just a lot of times we know across the country that our teachers do great reading science and so that 460 moves our teachers to be removed. But there's a difference. And in Tennessee, I had the opportunity of using teacher training, and teachers came back under this. And then we said, okay, let's add coaches. Now, looked at outcomes, but until we put a comprehensive and really walk side by side with our districts, we did not see any change in the space. So I think there are 5 things to that. There's all the instruction materials. There's training our teachers honestly in covert so they can walk and talk with the training with the teachers they teach with, thinking about their principals, thinking about their school leaders in that covert training. Then looking at the assessments, which you guys use very strong assessments and have the opportunity. But creating an MTSS system in those assessments is hard. Principals have to think about their schedules. Teachers have to be trained. One of the things that I remember most that the teachers said to me about their training in Tennessee is, I am a neuroscientist in this classroom, and it's hard. So I think what is the ongoing support that we provide our teachers over time to make that happen? And that takes a cohesive approach. So I think influencing this all the way through my presentation, but I think bringing the literacy leaders together and letting them plan and collaborate, and then having experts in the room to build what that puzzle, not just puzzle pieces, is an incredibly important movement for the dynamic and the districts and schools to make sure that they have the resourcing, the supports, and the collaborative field that makes that happen. And then making sure that the metrics all the time make sure students keep track, because catching up with students within 2 and 3 years of is challenging. So how do we build out additional? How do we build up a catch-up system within the weeks and days to make sure students keep track? Because it is really exciting to think about elementary, middle, and high school literacy, and think about that trajectory that we have, where we're actually taking the components of literacy, demonstrating those components, and making sure students engage with the text and building knowledge within their disciplines. So I'm excited about the opportunities that literacy and the puzzle pieces that are in place in Nevada, but it's time for us to help districts build those puzzles. It's time for us to help our charters build those puzzles, support our teachers, move that work, and most importantly, help our families be empowered partners in that work and give them tools that make them be successful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm Member Hughes. Appreciate you being here. I have our second question, multi-parter. How familiar are you with Nevada's Portrait of a Learner and relevant national frameworks? How would you ensure that Nevada's approach continues to evolve while remaining grounded in a whole child philosophy? Looking ahead, what is your vision for the Portrait of a Learner over the next 5 years, and how would you measure meaningful progress towards that vision?
Thank you, Vice President Hughes. I appreciate the question. I really am impressed with Nevada's Portrait of a Learner. It's very similar to some of the work I did in Virginia, and it takes a comprehensive approach not only of journal skills, but the agency that children can develop and bring, and how to incorporate those into how they want to impact. I think bringing that into and cross-functioning that across the way we do business, so it's integrated into the approach. Some of that is in high school and your college and readiness. Some of that's in middle school, thinking about what I want to have as an impact. It's similar to career exploration. How do you bring those together? And then how do you think about all of those critical soft skills that we want to engage in children? In the opportunity to talk to business chambers in West Virginia, it was clear that our kiddos lost the ability to communicate. It might be that device that all of us have in our bag. It might be being shuttered, but our students are really challenged. So how do we bring them close together? One of the feeble areas we had in Virginia when I came into this was to rebuild the accountability structure and rebuild the system so it was transparent and clear for the stakeholders. I had the opportunity to travel across the state, and we were very clear. I had no idea if kids were growing. I have no idea if kids are achieving, and I have no idea why this attendance thing is even in account. Why is this all higher? And that's really important for us to be able to show that kids are growing and meeting and growing towards targets, whether they're on track or off track. Those were critical components. But I want to lean into in Virginia, we worked on readiness. What does it mean to be ready at the end of elementary school? And we built something called the 5 Cs, which is very similar to the first component of the learn. Critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication. How do we do that? How do we ensure that all students have that? And we build a performance test to measure that at the end of 5th grade. So that's combining more portrait of a learner skills into the expectations of how do we build full children. And then in middle school, we combine accelerated coursework, you're going to think about flexible seat time and career readiness. How did you apply those skills to career readiness? How did you take agency? How did you work with your families? How did you think about impact and did a performance test there? So then you're getting the different components across K-12 and thinking about and making people accountable to embedding that into the academics of the whole child. And ultimately that helps readiness in high school. I've had those durable soft skills. I've had those advanced opportunities. I've had some flexible time. And now when I want to go into CCR, we did 3E. It was an and approach. So how do I have individualized potential experiences and development? And how do I incent that for schools with very different opportunities? Because if you incent it, schools will figure out how to make that happen to kids. So I love that the Portrait of a Learner outlines all of these other skills that we know our businesses need, but it also helps us make sure that we can make that academic piece. And then I just want to mention the intellectual agility component is very innovative. It is great to be able to think about how do we help students have that agility. And as I looked at the case studies and some of the future of Nevada Learning Network that is in websites, some great experiences, how do we integrate that and share that into a networking system so that schools can learn from each other? Similar to what I talked about in Percy, leaders have to put their head down and they have to get jobs done. How do you help them see what others are doing, take that context and build it in schools? I think that's incredible to demonstrate and show success. And I think there are great national networks. Education and Strategy Group just launched their new study in August about several key overlaps with Portrait of a Nevada Learner. There are STEMed and other groups putting together frameworks that really create this functional approach that help spread and expand something like Nevada Learner and incorporating it into ways we can count and set opportunities to build it into our schools as a change.
Thank you. Thank you. For that. Member Hudson, with your next question. what is your strategic vision for improving student outcomes in Nevada, particularly for underserved student groups such as our multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and students experiencing homelessness?
Thank you, Member Hudson. I appreciate the question. In Tennessee, I had the opportunity of being with the senior leadership team that revamped the school levy from a category one to the student aided levy formula. So congratulations, very excited that Nevada has the base kind of a student aided funding formula, because that in its philosophy and theory ensures the funds and resources are there for the different kinds of students. I had the benefit of building out rates for our students with disabilities, our English language learners, and our students with economically disadvantaged, and how those ways. I think that is incredibly important to be there. But again, as we talked about literacy, translating that to district school year budget teams, it is puzzle pieces, but not puzzle, right? So how do you help schools think about taking that funding and breaking those funding in different ways? One of the things I think that was some of the biggest challenges for our districts was to think, how do I combine some money to actually build programs and supports that are specific? So one of the things that we did in Virginia with our literacy networks is we created a network of district leaders around our disadvantaged students. And so they really targeted what are some of the learning challenges, literacy challenges, the lack of vocabulary, the lack of opportunity that our students have. How do we build that into our tier 1 and MTSS systems to make sure they're targeting some of the needs of their students? We also built a multi-lingual learning network around literacy and had experts convene those people building out their coordinators that were building out their literacy programs and think about, how do I think about scholarships? How do I think about multiple languages? How do I build a literacy approach with those students in those groups to really target the instruction and the support around their needs? We partner with Nate Levinson K-12 Solutions to build out our students with disabilities. So we took schools and districts that had high students with disabilities that weren't performing in literacy and gave them first opportunity to really build strategies around literacy practices. And that was incredible. I think the other piece that we have to think about is attendance. So when we look at the attendance data, you could build out all those great programs, those literacy networks, those learning networks, but you really have to lean into attendance and the attendance strategies that focus on teens who are homeless students, like economically disadvantaged students, so they come every day. Engagement opportunities such as what you do with personalized learning and access and opportunities to support times to make sure those catch-up systems are used in a way that's meaningful for our students who are at risk from marginalized. Thank you for your.
Thank you so much. This is Member Land for the record. Our next question is, describe a time you led a large-scale effort that significantly improved student outcomes. What measurable results did you achieve? What strategies did you use? And what was your role? How did your efforts close achievement gaps across various student subgroups?
First, Member Land, I'm so excited that there's a student member from the state board. So thank you for being here and thank you for your commitment. It is awesome. Very excited. I'm going to talk about high dosage tutoring included in Tennessee within the context that was an optional program, while school districts were also implementing mandatory summer programming and required components of the Tennessee Literacy Success Act. So, minor challenge in the summer of 2021 to get schools to invest in high dosage tutoring. And it was campaign, to be honest, to go out and really go out to the regions, pull superintendents, pull our academic directors together and talk about what research was saying around high dosage tutoring and talk about the opportunities of high dosage tutoring. We were able to get about a third of our districts on that tour of begging somewhat, checking somewhat, coalescing around this will make a difference around the evidence base of high dosage tutoring. But in those conversations, we had to say this has to be done, and these are the flexibilities that you can do. So we talked a lot about high dosage, has to be 3 times a week, has to be 30 minutes, has to be an evidence-based set of materials. You have to train your teachers. are your tutors. But who your tutors are, could be teachers, they could be community members, they could be online providers, but you've got to decide when, who, and how the tutoring is delivered, but these be inflexibilities, and we put funds. So there were funds that the state gave through ESSER dollars, but the local districts had to give part of their funds as well, so they had skin in the game. And then we convened, I think weekly, through the entire summer, as they were planning, to figure out how their plans would work, and they could brainstorm with each other, and then we would have districts say, hey, I can't figure out how I'm gonna do this training, who are you doing this training? And really built a coalition of collaborative leadership with our leaders, as they were highly stressed with some program and training teachers and other schools, but could focus for tutoring. And then we started tracking measures. Part of their grant dollars required them to do dipstick measures, benchmark measures on top of the requirements so we could see impact. And we built case studies, and we shared case studies, and we shared recognition, and we got a whole other spot districts in the second round, and we built a coalition of movement around high dosage tutoring, such that when they didn't have to do high dosage tutoring anymore, a lot of them are taking some of their MTSS dollars and putting it in high dosage tutoring. And you can see the difference in a lot of spaces in Tennessee's data right now, the impact of what that measure meant and did, but it was a challenging time to get buy into another initiative when it was a breathful kind of space to be involved.
Next question. Sorry, next question, Member Braxton for the record. How would you implement statewide initiatives across 17 districts? How would you balance both enforcing policy and accountability measures while also maintaining strong relationships with districts?
Thank you, Member Braxton. I appreciate that question very much. If you don't have a relationship with the districts, everything that is done at the state is a policy or a thing or another thing or another thing. So first and foremost, it is essential to build relationships with your school and district leaders and convene regularly. One of the ways that I have done that is sending out a superintendent's email. That's a personal letter, and then the to-dos that we have to have, compliance, activities, opportunities, incentive grants, and also a spotlight. And having that regular cadence of communication allows a structure and a format to start two-way communication and build that relationship. I think the other piece is having monthly meetings in regions with your stakeholder partners and being there to give updates and to give opportunities, but also to be there as a listener. And I think a lot of times we don't sit down and listen. And so establishing two-way communications and structured regular meeting times across a large state like Nevada, and making sure that you're listening and having the opportunity to hear how things are going. What are the barriers to attendance? Why is tutoring not an interest in this space? How are your rates around your homelessness? What is that causing for challenges? Are your multi-learners making their progress? And just generally having those conversations and those ability to listen to your districts allows you to make better policy and implementation plans if you are able to be on the field. But I think there's also an ability to be available at times, and a critical moment where you have to be available at all times, because that is the bank, right? That's the bank that you build with your superintendents. Last year, after Hurricane Helene, which impacted all of the applications in Virginia, we had a lot of families up on mountaintops with no access down the roads, no access to electricity, water, no access. That was the primary concern of superintendents. Our superintendents had done a fabulous job partnering with Food Line, trying to save their food banks, making sure they had food, but the Food Line trucks didn't keep their foods. So we had to go and really pound on the door for people. They had a lot going on and say, look, I need you to figure out how to get food banks. My state West Virginia district, and they needed, because that was the primary superintendents to take their families. And you have to be willing to do both. You have to be willing to do structures, you have to be willing to do the supports, but those have to be there. And then ultimately, you do have to hold school districts accountable. They have to do the work. It's every child every day. It's not every leader, right? So we ultimately have to commit and alongside and give all the support we can. Ultimately, they have to. And Senate Bill 460 really outlines some of those at-risk spaces where you go in some additional structures and support and responsibilities to make sure districts have what they need that are giving their services.
Thank you, Member Dawson Owens. This is part 2. As state superintendent, how would you leverage state policy, funding, and partnerships to create the conditions that improve educator retention across Nevada's diverse districts?
Yeah, so I really appreciate this question. I believe the board had a conversation a few board meetings ago about licensure challenges. I also had the opportunity to manage licensure challenges when I came to Virginia. One of the first things on my desk was that the licensure team had 17,000 licensure applications that hadn't been processed. And some of them had been sitting there for 18 months. That is a massive challenge when everybody needs teachers. But when we dug into the problem papers of collecting paper applications, and someone was going out to the mailroom, and paper might get here and here, and then they were collecting paper checks on the system over here. And then this person would spend 4 hours in the phone with this district, and this person would spend 4 hours in the phone with this district, answering the same questions. So we had to put structures and systems and efficiencies and take back, really think, how do we create an AR video? How do we create these resources that people can pull out? How do we, and we don't do this phones together, and work on our heights, in our systems, in digitize, new opportunities, and use digital pay methods. So we took a lot of time and we were able to very successfully build that into a system where people were getting processed in 3 months, their licenses assisted through fees, which is a major improvement in the state. But I think that's low hanging fruit, right? Like that's the important piece. I think the other thing for us to look at things like apprenticeships and early CTE opportunities that have a true return on investment and been studied because our aspiring educators come from their communities, have the opportunity for long-term experiences in their career field before they start as a teacher. We are seeing the retention rates incredibly high. But sometimes apprenticeships, program models, those opportunities only happened in our bigger districts like our counties, and put a cohort together, and I can do the training, and that works in partnership. One of the things we had to do in Virginia for that Southwest Virginia and some of our rural areas is we had to create a network of districts who needed a math teacher or a special education teacher or a chemistry teacher and pull an online group together. So they were still getting their apprenticeship hours during the day. They were still getting paid. They weren't eating ramen on a couch like some of us did when we got our teacher license, right? They feel valued, they feel appreciated, and they're in different rural settings during the day, but they have online courses in the evening. And I think we have to take these models and be able to create actions and flexibility for different situations. And so I think there's tremendous opportunity in apprenticeships and ways to think intentionally. I think we also miss the great CTE programs that are available. So we have to look at those students who want to get past in their high school careers and catch them and let them take student teaching experiences, let them get their associate's degree in high school. So then they can immediately move into a paraprofessional position and finish their program apprenticeship. And that's something we really worked on. I'm so excited about the Be a Champion, Be a Teacher campaign in Nevada. I think that's an incredibly important voice. We have so many voices that are negative around education. So elevating, telling those stories, spotlighting the work is another way to think about that. But the other piece that we forget is we have to mentor our principals. One of my dear friends in Virginia is in charge of the School Principals Association. Because we're experiencing a green factor. We have green principals, green superintendents, and that is causing a lot of our teachers to be frustrated a lot of the time. We have to think about how do we build the capacity in our principals, how do we mentor our principals to be great leaders and build great structures so our teachers stay entertained. And ultimately that happens in the states. I think there are incredible opportunities. I'm part of Global Leading Ed and have been coaching in their state leader program to bring people to state leadership, to bring opportunities to build our cadre of leaders at our state level so that we have innovative thinkers We have talent, we have the opportunity to bring people together and be the smartest in the country to reach. Thank you.
Can you share an example of a time you had to make a difficult budget decision to align strategic priorities? In your response, please describe. Sorry. In your response, please describe how you managed constraints, secured stakeholder buy-in, and how your experience prepared you to navigate Nevada's unique educational funding structures and governance model.
Well, member else, thank you for serving as a superintendent. I appreciate that greatly and appreciate the question. I think everyone across the country in state leadership, as a lot of my colleagues through the chief state school officers organization for CNET is trying to figure out how to make the budget decisions and figure out how to make sure that we can carry it on. But a lot of times we tend to make budget decisions that have by line item and by program, and we do a one-on-one. And I think it's important and critical for us to think about how to grade funds. Earlier, I talked about those silent learners, economically disadvantaged person members. We didn't have enough. We didn't have enough money to pull the districts who needed the support together. And so we had to figure out how to use some of the better their Title I numbers, for dollar room, Title III numbers. To start back a bit to that third part, to meet your special education plan and grade dollars together and think differently. And then go knock on doors and partnerships to be able to have space and opportunities and these places. So one, you have to think intentionally and creatively about the funds you do have and how you break those together. Two, you have to think about your partnerships. You have to figure out how to build those partnerships. We worked with partners to build a CLSC grant, a national literacy grant that allowed us to bring in enough funds that allowed us to have 20% more districts in each one of those counties. I think it is about being intentional about what must happen, making those critical decisions about what must happen. If you've had conversations all along and brought people along with you and had stakeholder buy-in, you'll have partners who come along and help you figure out some additional pieces. And you'll have competitive opportunities that you can bring in. Sometimes we think this is a paycheck, so this is what I get to do. We have to think differently about budgeting. I think that's where this grant concept that is coming is how do we think differently with funding? How do we think about comparing to students? You did a great job with student funding formula, but a lot of the pieces don't matter if you don't get half. So you guys be stakeholders. I think there's a lot when it's from some money to extra money to this money, right? But we have to really talk about this management and talk about uses of funds and thinking differently, especially where we have new financial officers and where we have very small districts. Because if you have a new financial officer, you could be in the largest district in the planet. They're not thinking of strategic funding. Strategic funding is a way to directly to kids. And if you're in a small district, they have 80 senior. So I think it's an incredibly strong policy lever at the state to help figure out how to create models, support our districts with the fiscal operations that are tied to the programmatic operations, being transparent and so you can bring partners along where they can, and then ultimately going out and finding those competitive funds to fill in so you can get all the way through.
Thank you. This is number 4, and then final question. How would you collaborate with the State Board of Education to ensure alignment on priorities and shared accountability problems? In your response, please describe how you engage students, legislators, state agencies, community, and business partners, and how you would ensure that the student voice community informs state and local decisions.
Yes. I think that it is incredibly important to build relationships with your board. You set the policy and framework and help see performance permits and help us vision the work. You've been elected to your office. That means our constituents value your opinion, or you've been appointed. And this group is incredibly important. So the state superintendent has to make it tonight Further, I provided weekly updates, and then I provided one-on-one conversations before board meetings, and then if members wanted additional one-on-one conversations, I absolutely scheduled those one-on-one conversations. As the state superintendent, you can try that and then use the time and structure, so you have to build consistent structures for your board. You have to know your weekly update goes out every Monday morning, but you have regular chats. You're not gonna wanna look for weekly update on Monday morning and then, oh, it didn't get out because the superintendent was busy and I'm gonna check it Tuesday afternoon. Creating regular cadences of that communication allows you only go into what's happening with the agency, field spotlights, those things, but maintain where you need to be in your movement. And then if you see something, you can have your weekly check-in or your monthly check-in, whatever that board member to feel prepared and engaged to the level that a board member has the capacity to do. But I think the other piece is making sure board members see the agenda, walk through the agenda every single month and ask questions. Because remember, Brian, if you like to see something in the presentation, and I meet with you ahead of time, and I know that it's the presentation, so you feel better prepared and better and more collaborative. So I think it's incredibly important to create that two-way communication and make sure your board feels they have the opportunity to see and hear the things that are important, so you can make the decisions that you need to make. If you're asking for things and things aren't coming back, how do you feel empowered and prepared to make those decisions? So I think that's having those weekly updates, having those phone calls, and then having the opportunity for additional spaces is an incredibly important structure for the state superintendent. Just like I talked about with our superintendents and structuring weekly newsletters, making sure that you go out to the regions and have regular communication. Other stakeholders need that as well. Student advisory council, might get student voice. I started a regional teacher advisory council and had regional representatives the first Wednesday of every month. And we're able to get voice. I think those spaces, I made it a point to work with business chambers and drive up to the business chambers and then bring my superintendent friends to business chamber meetings so we could collectively hear what our businesses were needing. But I think having stakeholder engagement, having voice, thinking about your very voices across your state is also important for me to work with our principals and work with the elementary principals association, the secondary principals association. We had weekly calls with VAS, the Virginia Superintendent Association, to make sure that a clear structure part of my week was collaborative communications. Because if you sit in your office and don't engage to your stakeholders, you will not be able to make decisions that impact the very unique and diverse settings people are experiencing in your state. So that's incredibly important to me. I will say there are other stakeholders beyond your state. I have national networks that I feel that are really important, so I can also keep my pulse on innovative ideas in different places and be able to bring those to the conversations and say, I was speaking to a superintendent in another state, it's like, we cannot figure out how to get word around. And I just been able to see that here, we were able to network and the solution. And I think that's one of the best places to be in innovation, is to have that tight regional network, to make sure that you're thinking and then bringing back and building that bank place. But I think there's a tremendous amount of your superintendency that is about stakeholder engagement, input on the front end, feedback on the back end, and then availability when someone needs you. Did you have the ability to prepare person? Not these legislators too. I've had a legislator call me, and legislators love people calls from lots of their constituents about their schools and things they need. He's like, I'm a parent whose twin boys can't go to school. Can you fix this? I mean, that happens quite a bit. And so figuring out how to get everyone on board, because you're probably not going to call that principal and say, hey, let's do what you're doing, but you have to like delicately walk through repeatedly on where, but it's listening to your stakeholders and helping prepare for solutions.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Coons, for providing responses to all questions. Now I would like to ask members if they have any clarifying questions for our candidate. Okay, seeing that. Well, thank you so much. And on behalf of the board, I'd like to thank you for your interest in serving as the next state superintendent of Nevada. And you're welcome to sit tight or stand up. We're going to submit our scores now, and then we'll take a virtually shake all of your hands. Stay.
say thank you again. It is really refreshing to see such committed folks to children into this process and to figuring out who's the right candidates to move forward to the governor. I just really appreciate your dedication. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, members, go ahead and score, and then we will break until 12:40. 12:35, forgive me.
That's the reason you first. I don't know. We want to do that. Thank you. It's not services. It's here. It's fascinating. Just better. Yeah, it's something exactly for smart baby. So I guess. So you see, yeah.
Yes. Just, I. And we can understand. Even. They have it. With liberation. Thanks. No, I'm not looking at you specifically. Not, I know. Duties.
She's actually very wants.
It's having. Can't risk that everybody. Sorry, I want to. So, to changes, I understand.
I'm sorry.
No, it's you now.
I know. Anyway,
That's my feeling of. Transfers with percentage, which is restudy and they legislative. Let's up the state to. This absolute. So. Super good. What's this legislation? Seriously, yeah, just see. It's like. Jesus.
Yeah, you, great to see you.
Like 3 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Right, you're not a different. Yeah.
So that's what we can do. It's your. Yeah. It's fine. Speaks to me. It's actually. Like a student. Certainly. And. With things. Yeah, so that's just really. 6 food. I'm working here, so.
Hey, I see the buildings.
Yeah. And the release. Saying that. Excited to speak. So, that was the name. Yes.
It is a really just to implement. Right.
So this starts 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Just exhausting. I, you know, first, pretty much, yes, it's, but I think, yeah, I feel the same, it's not.
Then showing me and put it on a similar device.
Sure.
So.
So, I'm sorry. Sure. But it's right, yes, they just. Yes, he's. Yeah, I see. Fortunately, Jim wasn't just last year.
And she will be an example.
Okay. We're just gonna thank you. I have a lot. So, yeah. It's.
So get me back.
Yeah. No, I don't enjoy this. Yes, where I know that. It is.
Yes.
And then it'll be very obvious. And this. Yeah, I think that I would be able to. Like. British needs them. Move it in. Oh, I. Shut up. The place is in.
Yeah.
It's just like a lot of things on shit. Down to this back home.
She does this. So this is what she's.
It's like it was mistake.
Just take.
Yeah. Well, like.
And also.
Okay, that's nice.
And she's. It's.
That kind of.
Yeah.
She's like.
Okay.
State. I think yes, one, two,
So, was Sarah meeting reference?
Yeah, right, but we.
So it's not true. Okay, for the back. So. Yeah. Just how long? Such a challenge.
Trace it. Okay.
Suddenly.
So you're holding a lot. So.
Thank you. That's a right here. You're gonna be.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Patience.
Sure. Thank you. And we'll be right in a second.
Oh, so we did it. Not fun day. Just in it.
Chaos, me too. I can see it. It's all. Is you have it's under.
Good morning. Right. Thanks. Yes. Yeah. So here's it's what's about this. This is it's just it's okay. I don't finish. So it's very simple. Awesome. You think this that's first is one of this. Yes. It's not in the new place, it's one of the patients who use for the this. It's yes, it's far so they can get to so that it's kind of perfection. Taylor Harper's rights. Taylor. It's the issue with that. There's a file. You can see it. Yes, you can see it. It's like that. So this is like it's really awesome. Systems to not further. Certainly not. Straight on phone. He wants. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. At this time, we will move forward with our third candidate interview. Welcome, Dr. Victor Wakefield. Dr. Wakefield, please begin by briefly introducing yourself and then proceed with your prepared presentation. You have approximately 5 minutes for your introduction and 15 minutes for your presentation. When you'd like to advance the slide, please indicate so, and we will advance the slide on your behalf. At 14 minutes, I will indicate that you have 1 minute. Please proceed when you are ready. Push a little bit. So it turns green. Yes.
Okay, so my oldest short run at lunch interview, so I'm gonna try to keep it energetic. I want to start with a very sincere thank you for taking time to interview me in such an interview here. In terms of introduction, I think I'll share 3 things about me that I hope show my motivation, my fit, and readiness for this role. So first, I hold an extremely high bar what is possible and what is necessary in classroom skills. I developed this as a teacher, and then leading a large teacher preparation organization here at the company. And then I refined it further in national programs in excellence education states. The second thing I want to share is that, excuse me, and that's important to me because I would bring that lens to every day, and I would use it as the lens to make decisions. The second thing I want to share is that I'm extremely team oriented. I don't know if this is because of my youth growing up playing every team sport that I possibly could. I played water polo through college. I'm sure why, but I've always been this way. I built a team, version of hundreds of scale organization here. That I've led teams across more than a dozen states. And now my day job, I shape the national strategy and direction for a large distributed national education organization. As I understand the needs ahead for NPE, I believe that my strengths at both leading change, but also building trust and culture is really important. And then thirdly, I have deep experience and relationships here in Nevada. When I came to Las Vegas 15 years ago, I tried to really embrace that battle-born spirit. I learned that you can get a lot done through relationships, and especially if you're not worried about getting too much credit. I worked with departments to advance teacher licensure, legislature, funding. I sat in your seats during a time of major education policy implementation about a decade ago. So this is a particularly special conversation for me to have all today. And then personally, my wife is a former CCSD special educator. When we made the decision to move east for graduate programs at Johns Hopkins, we agreed to keep that at the top of our consideration set long term. So now we have added 2 additions to our team, to stick with this analogy here. Ezra, who was 4 at his first day of pre-K yesterday. I got all the texts and FaceTime. It was very hard, obviously, not to be able to walk. And Nora, who is about to be 2 in 2 weeks, they love their Las Vegas cousins. So we have built babysitters, and I think the transition would be smooth for them as well. So all that to say, I share this just because I believe that my relationships and connection with place will allow me to take our running position. So with that, I want to thank you all for advancing me to this stage, of my career today. And I'm actually really excited and a little nervous to get through my presentation for the team, but it's going to have a lot to talk about. I've been promised that will be insane how much advancing a slide and all of that fun. So yeah, thank you for that. I hope that's an okay way to introduce myself. I really want to see scholars. Can everybody see the presentation? I'm just making sure that technology is perfect. Thank you for this opportunity to share my performance tasks on college and career readiness. I selected college and career readiness as the area of underperformance in Nevada because I believe it represents the ultimate culmination for our K-12 system. It incorporates foundational academics, access to advanced specialized coursework, and of course, effective educators. Before we start, I want to plant one idea here. Okay, so by the end of this 15 minutes, I hope that these 3 short phrases will really resonate with you to remember. They can count, make it clear, and make it stick. Got it? And then one bit of housekeeping. Any text-heavy slides are just a summary of what I would present earlier. My goal is to just make, I think, this clear and accessible as possible. In terms of the agenda, I'll begin with the importance of the CCR diploma, then I'll move into my current state analysis, then I'll move into the initiative that I'm excited to. Next slide. And then next slide. So let's begin with the importance of the CCR diploma. College and career readiness pays off from everyone to help students gain access to high-paying jobs, to help schools orient the system around a meaningful bar and align all the inputs and benchmarks throughout the K-12 journey, and it helps the community better match the workforce projected needs of industry. Currently, graduates with a CCR diploma, and I these numbers myself, are more than twice as likely to enroll in Nevada colleges as those who graduated with a standard diploma. And CTE program graduates, according to research, earn 12% more than their peers in 5 years finishing school. There's also been significant policy momentum in the last decade. I remember sitting in your seats, the initial conversations about CCR diploma's intent to convey a clear signal to families, colleges, and employers that a student had not only met the academic bar of our state, but also completed coursework and experiences that prepared them for college and career. And then in 2021, you all adopted a goal to grow the CCR diploma rate from about 24% to 50%, closing gaps. Let's look at progress to that goal next. Okay, next slide. Unfortunately, we're not on track to meet 50% goal. Based on the most recent publicly available data, the class of 2024 has 26% CCR diploma rate, which was the exact same actually as the class of 23. I checked it twice. The numerators and denominators are different, even though the percentage are the exact same for the two classes. Next one. As this funnel shows, that translates into about 9,000 fewer students in our state that should be receiving this diploma if we're at home. But the state trend line has significant variation and low rates for underserved student groups. Students with IEPs make up 14% of K-12 students in Nevada, but they only occur in this diploma type 5% of the time. Black students make up 12% of K-12 students in Nevada and only earn this diploma 17%. No district is at the 50% benchmark at this point. And I'll think more about that later. Next. The real world impact is really profound though. Most of our disconnected youth in Nevada actually hold a high school diploma or an equivalency, which means that school just isn't translating into real opportunities. Part of the issue is misalignment. Job seekers say that skill set training and certifications are actually a greater barrier than job availability itself. And this is something that K-12 can address. Next slide, please. And then next. Let's dig a little bit deeper into root causes. As a reminder, and I know you all know this, CCR diploma requires a 3.25 GPA, 24 credits, including 4 years of math, a language component, and then either college-ready endorsement or career endorsement. We can break down the barriers into 3 categories. The first is credit barriers. The student pipeline really narrows, as you can see here, the percentage of students participating in advanced coursework and passing that coursework. The second category is achievement barriers. I know you all are really familiar with the achievement data of our state, but I won't spend a lot of time here, but I do want to stress that it's math proficiency that's the main limiter to this barrier. Next slide. And third, there are well-documented system gaps and cross-cutting factors like teacher shortages, school climate, absenteeism. And unfortunately, these factors can relate to the school's racial demographics and incomes. Next slide. Once again, state and district averages can mask variation. I cut the data in many different ways preparing for this task, and I want to share one finding with you. You would think that the highest performing high schools, the highest grad rates, would have CCR rates that kind of cluster together. They don't. This chart shows the 70 Nevada high schools with 90% or more, 90% plus grad rates. Their CCR diploma rates are all over the map. This view though did help point me towards some really great schools to learn from at the top right. Next. And then what I would typically do in strategy study is organize this high-level data and then use it to engage practitioners with boots on the ground to understand the causes. Let's go create solutions together. Sort of did a mini version of this week, sample high school principals from 5 different school types. I learned that a few things. One, that career pathways are much less accessible for students at comprehensive high schools than they are at specialized magnets. And to me, that actually highlights an equity question. Secondly, I learned that colleges and employers don't even treat the CCR diploma any different. So there's not exactly a real incentive to go and get it. And then third, they underscore these principles that it's just so challenging to catch up students' proficiency when they're so far along in their educational journey. Next slide. Next slide. So let's solve this problem. I'm excited to bring back our 3 taglines that I started with: make it count, make it clear, and make it stick. There's a lot more analysis and solutioning to do than a performance task for Lawful, but I'm excited to share a draft initiative for your feedback considerations today. Next slide. First, let's make it count. We need to ensure the CCR diploma carries real value by unlocking scholarships, jobs, missions, and accountability points for schools. The students in schools see it as essential. Next slide. Second, we need to make it clear. We need to provide transparent pathways for students, robust supports, and strong individualized plans. This strategy actually builds off Assembly Bill 241 from 2023, which made the CCR diploma the default setting for ninth graders. The bill sponsor shared with me that her vision was that by placing all ninth graders on the CCR diploma track as default, it actually leads schools to expand offerings and broaden access. Next slide. And thirdly, we need to make it stick by aligning funding and accountability and embedding CCR into the long-term plans for schools, colleges, and employers. Next slide. With that vision in mind, how do we get there? So I envision a 3-part playbook that I'm excited to share with you: policy change, evidence-based interventions, and community buy-in. In terms of policy, the key recommendations are as follows. Let's broaden the definition of readiness to actually include military service pathways as well, like Texas does. Let's also determine new competencies that can help in this rapidly changing world. Digital literacy is something Indiana is looking at, for example. And then long-term, we should set goals related to employment, and earnings. So I did want to be better data systems that would allow us to do that as a state. Next slide. In terms of evidence-based strategies, I believe that all kids deserve cutting-edge education experiences and proven methods no matter where they live. That's their right. I looked at some of the trends from those high-flyer schools that I pointed to earlier. I also did a basic survey of the research and now have strategies and interventions aligned to each of these areas of error. So, credit, even study. So there's examples here. There's a whole list of next stuff. Next slide. There are also promising ideas out there that emerge in bodies of evidence that require testing. I think competency-based learning is a good example of this. I think we can use C-time flexibility and different ways to demonstrate mastery to expand work-based learning, increase relevance, and reconnect disconnected youth. This is related to the student empowerment piece of the first student. The third piece of the playbook, as I mentioned, is community united. At a high level, this initiative responds to principals who want more direction in how to reach students and the parents who want better college and workforce preparation. Next slide. But we must ensure that anything we do, everything we do, is embraced and owned by the community. My wife works in public health, and she taught me this idea of nothing about us, but on us. I think that's a pretty good way to think about student voice, community investment, and co-creation. This slide shows one way districts and schools can make sure their programming choices will respond to the community and meet the needs of the sectors where the system didn't go. Next slide. Let's zoom in and apply these ideas at the school level. I selected a sample school, kind of a medium range CCR diploma rate, and then I matched priority interventions to the school's characteristics. This school type, for example, needs support in boosting math proficiency levels, understanding regional workforce trends, and developing CTE partnerships. As a comprehensive high school doesn't have the same level of funding or focus as some of the specialized magnet schools. The community has to make the decisions ultimately, but I think NDE should provide frameworks, support, and menus of options that inform these kind of choices that the school make. I provided this sort of mapping for 5 school types in the appendix to this presentation. Next slide. Next slide. And as the final section, let's talk about implementation. My favorite word, actually. Here's the proposed area of action for the Nevada Department of Education. As I consider the role you play in selecting assessments, setting diploma rules, proving dual credit programs, and so forth, I see the first 2 steps here as truly shared responsibilities between NDE and the board. I need to be aligned with you and vice versa. Excellent. And it even takes that direction to drive its work. This slide maps the 5 priorities that I proposed in my one-page vision submission with this initiative. And it's especially mapped to priority 2, which I think is preparation for a fast changing world. Next slide. So okay, let's get a little granular here. So you like the tool called the implementation chain to help map the state's levers like standards, funding, and accountability to advancing CCR. I spotlight district leaders and teachers here in this slide, but I provide a full map levers and the different layers in the appendix. Let's look at funding just as an example. The state can align funding at the district level through how we administer dollars and state CT grants. But at the teacher level, CTE teachers, the funding lever might be standards saying, hey, you can go get industry experience and say fresh to lace advances by using this site. Next slide. To support planning, I sequenced out the 3-year timeline and kind of broke it down by individual districts, schools. Next step. I've articulated line metrics that measure progress toward the goal of readiness, and I clarified accountability. Let's envision the future together. Let's say we are 1 year now, so 3 years later would be June 2029. This initiative has succeeded. That has reached that 50% of the funding goal. We've closed gaps, and now we're measuring the 3 E's: enrollment, employment, and earnings. Next slide. And finally, I created a budget summary. The funding categories aligned to the proposed activities. I'm going to stress that an initiative like this may appear to have a really high price tag. First of all, I think that the return on investment would be worth it. But that total spending is also a bit misleading. There are flexibilities in many of our state funding streams that can be aligned towards this initiative. I don't think it's always about new dollars per se, but about using the dollars we have most aligned in a strategic way, and then targeting additional. So next step. All right, so this will make somebody smile here. So to close, I'm excited to share a powerful image and easy text account. As many of you with your former student member, he walked across the high school stage this year with a high school diploma in hand and an associate's degree. That should be the norm. The diploma counted for college attainment, was clear, but navigating for career coursework. Let's make it everyone. And let's make it stick. So CCR diplomas become embedded in our path forward in that. Thank you, and I hope that we can work together on initiative levels.
Thank you, Dr. Wakefield, for that comprehensive presentation. Sit tight, take a drink of water. We're gonna do our scores here and get those submitted and be back in a few minutes. All right, thank you, everybody. So now, moving on, the board will begin the 8 formal interview questions. Questions will be asked by different board members, and when you meet your 5-minute response limit per question, I will ask you to provide a summary of that item. On to the next one. I have the first question, and it is, what do you believe is the most pressing issue in Nevada education today, and how would you address it?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, saying this just because I'm a reading teacher, but I believe that low literacy rates say are the most pressing issue in Nevada education. I say this because everything builds upon literacy. So that's in school, and research says even in life correlates with health outcomes, with earnings, even political engagement. So I remember as a 5th grade teacher, what a difference it made in my students. Students who were fluent readers, were more engaged, they were finding their passion areas in school. Students that were behind in reading, so they correlated often with disengagement or behavior differences. And I think in Nevada, I know I'm going to be preaching to the choir in a second. You all know the state better than I do, but the numbers are not looking good in one. We have more students that are below grade level in reading than have grade level in reading. The last data that I was able to find was 3rd to 8th grade SBAC, and that's 41% efficiency, and that was 49% in 2019. So, and then if you look at subgroup outcomes, especially for multilingual learners, the rates even lower in terms of efficiency. The thing that caught my eye the most in the data, though, was that 4th graders were much closer to the national average than our 8th graders. So something's happening as well through this experience. And so, informed by my experience in the classroom and actually sitting in your seats when the initial read by 3 law was being implemented, I believe we need to do 5 things here to take this on. First thing we need to do is expand high quality pre-K. Right now, it's a 9% rate of 4-year-olds engaged in pre-K, and that's way behind the national average. And I just think about how much more that give to elementary schools if they weren't starting behind so many kids, and also more confidence that those are. Secondly, we need to ensure that teachers have the training, the tools, and the resources to make it easier to teach the best methods. We have to start with the extensive reading legislation, I think, this session. I think there's a policy gap to close with curriculum. Nevada can close Nevada can join the other 15 states that are in the IMPD net, which is a student quality instructional materials. And I think that's particularly important with the middle grades that I mentioned earlier. And then this also has to become something really coherent where principals and instructional coaches reinforcing the same things that teachers are learning in training. You don't want someone going, getting trained up and then getting something feedback the next day. Thirdly, we need to monitor and intervene early. There's universal streamers in Nevada, so I think we need to figure out why we're not closing those gaps as fast as we can. Fourthly, we need to engage families around literacy. This was critical to my experience in the classroom. I really like some of the models that I've seen across the country. Mississippi is known for having really clear communications to families with kids on track at younger grades to reading proficiency. I see Tennessee has a relationship agreements that equitable books that are accessible to all families. So I think there's some models. And finally, the 5th thing is parents. Everything I named is in the Nevada literacy plan that I know you all worked so hard on later this week. So this is going to be about implementation and aligning funding and ability. I was speaking with a mentor of mine who is at UNLV School of Ed and does a lot of new teacher training. And he said, I thought he described it well. He said, I see that puzzle pieces are in place now, but they're not fit together. I think that's a pretty good way to think about it. We have good component parts, but it's going to be really about the alignment of parents. And that is also great because there's some districts that are out that we can live up to. So I think, it won't be easy, but it will be complete. Everything in education knows there are systems like it is no stress issue.
Thank you for that. I remember I have our second question. It's multi-part, so you might want to get your notes ready. How familiar are you with Nevada's Portrait of a Learner and relevant national frameworks? How would you ensure that Nevada's approach continues to evolve while remaining grounded in a whole child philosophy? Looking ahead, what is your vision for the Portrait of a Learner over the next 5 years, and how would you measure meaningful progress towards that vision?
That's a triple barrel question. Thank you for the question, Vice President Hughes. I feel very familiar with Nevada's Portrait of a Learner and the frameworks like Knowledge Works BCDL Essentials that I've done a lot of work with KSOL's the KSOL 5, which is social missionary. And I've also gone even, I had a conversation with Ginny recently, directing of the Nevada Commission on Education Innovation that has adopted the portrait as the North Star. I didn't realize that I just used Ginny Collins here, I noticed maybe. And then more recently, in the past few weeks, we've heard a resounding theme from stakeholders that there's a lot of enthusiasm and activation as it's been created. I've heard from multiple people that they felt like our state initiative felt a bit different, it felt permanent, it felt more forward-looking, it felt like something where we're actually identifying different, that we're doing something really innovative and helping to build a platform. More of that state. I remember hearing Pine, Churchill, that was someone I believe wrote down local. So there's something there about something we can learn from brain training in the initiative there. And I would say underneath all of it, I sensed an excitement to correct for a narrow, some way that education is felt narrowed, and what folks really like is the portrait, which is education as powering, as being relevant for young people, and being able to connect with them. And those are all things I want to see in education. But in the next 5 years, I do think we're kind of at an inflection point. There's a move now from the conceptual clarity of building the portrait to making sure that it's not just a poster though that sits on the wall. We actually implement it into the competencies and experiences in classrooms and schools for young people. And I think that's going to be the real work in the next 5 years. And I would break that down into, so I put that into measurement, piloting, and into educator support. So to make it from conceptual to clear, I think that you have to start with measurement. You know, you have to figure out what does it mean to actually measure these competencies and have it. I know that there's a metrics committee or subcommittee in the Innovating Excellence Commission. So I had to learn from them. I heard from Superintendent Young and White Pine that they're actually credentialing students who show portrait competencies at graduation, earn one encourage, for example. So they're thinking ideas, but have to really figure out what this looks like. So I'd say if that would be that this kind of work, if we really care about it, would be a standard and would be aligned in these methods somehow. Secondly, I think we have to pilot approaches. This is a lot of new and expanded innovation. I think the state can lend expertise at running excellent controlled pilots where you're actually really clear around what you're trying to measure and you can find out what works. So, you know, for example, the bet is, you know, you're going to apply complicated learning and we believe it's going to increase student engagement and PCR rates, and we should know none of that before we go and scale right. So that's what I think that they can do a lot of work around measurement and scaling. I think that really will. And then thirdly, the educators, I've learned that there's a member potential now that teachers can learn, excuse me, in the Portrait of Learner. I think my potential is pretty cool in terms of the future of, I think they're reading my credentials and getting different levels of expertise. And so I think you would need to know though, is that working? You would look at instant retention rates for teachers, those credentials, you would look at NEPF ratings, you want to correlation, right? Because again, you want to make sure that the ideas are going to make a difference on for students. So I think it's an exciting time. I for one believe that you follow the energy. And there's something that we really have to look into here. And at the same time, there's a real question, I think, around what the next phase is when we're looking at practice that I think we need to play a leadership role in. So I see those elements as success.
Right, thank you so much. Member Hudson.
Thank you for that. Member Hudson, for the record, what is your strategic vision for improving student outcomes in Nevada? Particularly for underserved student groups, such as our multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and students experiencing homelessness.
Thank you for the question. You want to best you remember since it's clear my sheet. So, ensuring that underserved student groups are accelerating is the through line of my education. I started teaching here in Indiana and supported students facing poverty and homelessness. I led a large-scale prep program and we focused on creating excellent teachers for the hardest staff subjects in schools. And even now, in my work nationally as well as our debate, I take this commitment very seriously. We think about native serving communities and communities in the rural Black Belt, for example, as like we're making an important investment of our own resources, because we know that our community, for example, may not have as much local community. So for me, I would take that track record and I would apply it to my work as the next state superintendent. And in Nevada, I don't need to tell you that these are small subgroups, right? If you, depending on which categories you take, they're actually talking about the majority of students. And when you look at multilingual learners, for example, that's almost 7,000 kids. And so for me, the strategic vision would be making sure that every lever that the NDE holds, from direction setting to accountability, putting underserved students first. So it's not one thing on the side, it's actually layered into everything that we do. So for vision and direction, I'm also thinking of that visual I shared earlier, that theory of action in my performance task as I speak. So for vision and direction, we need to make sure that our any goals that we set, any data that we look at the state level, our performance frameworks for districts and schools are all spotlighting the underserved subgroups. We need to make sure that the measurement at the state level happens so that there's focus at the local level. And that's so important to make sure that we make progress. I think it's especially worth noting that a lot of these subgroups, students have been failed by multiple systems. And so that's why you have to make sure the data is very clear and that we're not giving school any on report card, but they have a big gap first. Secondly, in terms of defining the path and encouraging best practice, to me, this means that we have to solve an access issue. We are systematically excluding underserved others from high quality instruction. I think the TNCP's opportunity myth is a really good resource for bring that to life. And at the same time, we have to make sure that students with very specific needs are getting their needs met in a way that is necessary. So best practice would be supporting teachers on core instruction to make sure that high quality instruction is happening for all kids, and that we're also supporting wraparound services for homeless youth and good inclusion practices for students with IEPs, digital language programs for technical learners, for example. Currently, we have to build educator capacity around this. I vividly remember conversations with excellent committed teachers who were doing everything right. They were hearing their content. Let's imagine a middle school or high school STEM teacher. But they would say, I wasn't prepared though for the number of students that multilingual learners in the classroom, or I didn't actually get enough training on how to support students with these type of IEPs. I think the state can take a real hands-on role with ensuring that training is closing those gaps and supporting districts to do the same. And then finally, in terms of accountability, we need to make sure funding is aligned. I think the Nevada people-centered funding plan is good stuff, and that's new work. There's still work to do around continued funding, and targeted funding. And then we also need to use data to make sure that we're shining the light on fixed spots to actually school the districts that are doing great with these student groups and subgroups. And then where we're not, we need to hold our system accountable as part of our commissions at the state level. So again, this is why I'm in education is because believing it can be a lever for social mobility for young people, and we need to take on our underserved subgroups in Nevada if we have a class system.
Member Land, for the record, thank you so much for your last answer. Our next question is, describe a time you led a large-scale effort that significantly improves student outcomes. What measurable results did you achieve? What strategies did you use? And what was your role? How did your efforts close achievement gaps across various student subgroups?
Thank you, Member Ryan. Thank you for telling me about a little bit about your high school experience, and congratulations. Okay, so for me, the large scale effort that is mine is when I was leading Teacher America Las Vegas, and we had 250 educators across all kinds of schools. My vision was to move from viewing success as classroom by classroom success to seeing us actually influence the progress of local zone schools. And so I'm going to tell you about how we went about doing some exciting results we achieved. And so in terms of table setting, so we had 250 educators across Title I schools, so all high poverty schools. There were 50 school partners, but 14 of them we went super deep with, which is really important to our strategy. And then if those that don't have familiarity, we're not Teacher America is not just placing teachers, it's also doing the intensive training and ongoing support and data reflection and focus on retention as well. In terms of results, so the next question is what measurable result that you achieved. I thought about results at 3 levels. The first one are internal indicators. So we had an ongoing survey instrument for our teachers and for the principals that hired teachers. And our Las Vegas chapter was top decile in the country on both of those, and actually improved during the time of this strategy as well. So that was really exciting. The second level was actually student outcomes. And 75% of our teachers at this time made their ambitious growth goals, which were actually set at gap closing. So and I'll share more about that, I think, in the strategy. And then, so the other thing I'll say about our teacher outcomes is we made sure through rigorous third-party national evaluations that the way we measured success lined up. So that's something that we're really, really proud of at the time. Mathematica as a big evaluation. And then, and my goal, though, of course, was to change from just looking at customer zone, sort of flood the zone and drive progress strategy. And so the 14 schools we went super deep in with turnarounds on schools for CCSD. And at this time in 2015, there were 14 turnarounds on schools, 6 high schools, and 6 out of 6 high schools improved credit sufficiency and had 10% or more increases in graduation rate that year, which doubled the increases across the state. And 75% of schools in the zone increased their NSPF rating. So that also meant that the efficiency levels were going up. And then, okay, so how did what strategies did you use? So trying to really follow as you asked. And so I think similar to initiatives for the state, we didn't have the direct management of the teachers, right? The principals had the day-to-day. So we had to be really, really tight and clear on our levers for change. What levers for change? Who we selected and placed in the classroom, where we placed them, so what our school strategy was, and how we supported teachers. Speak to the second and third, because that's where we had the most local innovation. In terms of where we place, it was actually pretty controversial at the time to go so deep in one zone. It was a teacher shortage, most of us were familiar with it. So there's demand everywhere. So it took actual funding commitments, it took HRC approval to go so deep into the turnaround zone at the time. And it was really worth it, though. We were able to align with the associate superintendent. Dr. Jeff Geis was the associate superintendent at the time, met him. And it allowed us to do intensive interviews with schools and really get that matching right. It allowed us to do specialized trainings, and it allowed our coaches to be really concentrated in the schools. And then the other thing, excuse me, I just missed a lot of time. And then the other big lever we pull is how we train and support our teachers' certifications. And so the thing, I can speak about this all day, the thing I'll highlight is some rule setting. I alluded to it earlier. So we would sit down with every teacher at the beginning of the school year and actually map out what would it be for your students to make more than typical growth. Assessment would that be on, curriculum are we using? And so we actually would set at the beginning of the year this ambitious goal and then align all of our work with that. So that would be our observation phone calls, be our trainings, it would be the way that we celebrate achievements. And so through that, and I bring this up because I do again believe it's very similar to the way that change initiatives happen in the state. You have to be really clear on, okay, what is your theory of change and levers can you actually influence? And then you have to implement them really well, right? And so for me, it was actually this partnerships work to get the right zone schools, and then it was this management work. So I had to make sure that every coach on my team and every interaction that we had with our teachers was tightly aligned against these goals. And so I'm really proud of that because it's true we had results classroom by classroom, but there was a real impact at the zone level. And I'm actually really pleased to share that.
Dr. Wakefield, could you please provide your summary for this?
Sure.
Thank you.
Perfect, I liked it. And what I'm actually most pleased about this is that concentration paying off. We still see teachers who came in at that time in those schools now leading. So as principals or instructional coaches, and I think that it really made a difference in their experience. So thank you for that question.
Okay, thank you. Member Braxton?
Part one of this question. How would you implement statewide initiatives across 17 first districts? How would you balance both enforcing policy and accountability initiatives while also maintaining strong collaborative relationships? Districts.
Thank you, Member Braxton. Question. So the first thing I'll say is I don't think these things are odds. I think that when you are in strong collaborative relationships with districts, it's actually the best way to get the other pieces to follow. And that's been my experience. Because at Teach America, I lead strategy work and special projects and initiatives across a large 50 region nonprofit. And I think the process is as important as the product here. And so for me, we just did a big project of resetting the enterprise-wide strategies and priorities for the organization. And the regional executive directors, the most affirming feedback that I got was people. One was that I can see my region's work fingerprints in our national priorities. And the second thing that was really affirming was this framework works for me locally. I can actually take it and translate it locally. It helps me to communicate with my board members and funders. They give me cover because I know we have to do some hard things sometimes, and so it's actually helpful that you don't have to date it. So I think there is a really important balance here between this type, be really clear on what you're trying to do, and then also having space for differentiated implementation so that different can contextualize that one, really put it into practice in a way that so I spoke to that in my class. And so what would I do then in order to make these ideas come to life? I think I would do 4 things. The first is I would be super present and active in the field. I think, there's nothing like relationships and knowledge and context. I think I like that saying, change moves at the speed of trust. So I would spend a lot of time visiting districts, walking halls, getting a sense of really what are the unique needs and contexts. I think that pays off tremendously. The second thing I would do is I would create a really clear process for co-creating the priorities and strategies for the state. I would make sure that we engage stakeholders, especially superintendents, that we need them locally. And in that work, I would be really clear on, okay, this is how our input is actually going to change the state's priorities. And here's what Eddie's going to do. Here's our vision of the district. So that's one of the levers and one of the moves for sure. Thirdly, we would put in place something like an implementation pathway. So similar to what I was doing earlier, we had a state strategy. We made sure that there were many options and ways to put it in place that made sense for. And then finally, we would also make sure that there were a good accountability and feedback loops. We would make sure that if something wasn't working, that there was direct conversation around, hey, want to know that in real time, so you course correct, you want to know how to change for the next sample. This has to work for it to make sense and drive change. And I think really though, these things all come down to what I would call an orientation. I think you have to fundamentally believe that local leaders are making the best choices for their community and for their kids based upon what they see and what resources they have access to. And so I think that mindset also has to be present in anything that we do at the state level. So that's what I think about statewide initiatives that were clear and aligned, but were also really embraced and appropriated with local leaders.
Thank you, Dr. Wakefield. This is part 2, Member Dawson Owens. As state superintendent, how would you leverage state policy, funding, and partnerships to create the conditions and improve educator retention across Nevada's diverse districts?
Like, there's 2 parts that are different. The answer to them separate is. Okay, so for me, the educator workforce is really my content area of expertise. Teacher America. After serving as a teacher recruiter for 2 years, I spent the last 15 years in executive roles at Teacher America. And so over that time, we've had to evolve with generational trends. What does it take to actually attract the next generation of teaching? We've had to figure out how to make it financially work. So we have financial reports and transition funds and had to tweak those over the years. We've had to navigate licensure, 35 states. That's not always fun. And then, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, we do important work on figuring out what are the optimal conditions to work with schools. So it's an area. So this area is something that I feel like I'm very fluent in and bring ideas and innovations to. In Nevada, it's an evergreen thing, pipeline, right? But at the same time, I've been pleased to hear that there's been some real points. The headlines are looking good around Clark County school with less vacancies than past. It's really exciting. I know that the teacher compensation increases in 2023 made a big difference. And I also saw some data recently that NSHE institutions have doubled the number of education degrees conferred in the past decade. So more promising things underway. And I like that this question focuses on retention though, because you can't just fill a leaky bucket. Right? We have to not only do the pipeline work, but also really retain. And I think that there's a couple other things that play. We need to actually modernize the teaching role in order to attract the next generation. And I think that we also have to think about teacher mental health and supports so that they're able to really be themselves and also model right behavior and expectations for their students. And so how would I take this on? I think first, I would continue to be hyper-focused on pipeline. Just because we see some progress doesn't mean that you should take our foot off the gas. This is the time, I think, to work with institutions and leverage that partnership in order to make sure that they're continuing to produce a good quantity, but also for the subject areas and to the schools that have chronic needs. Rural schools, high poverty schools, STEM educators are examples of that. I also think we need better data, good data sharing, so we can actually track the way that teacher prep programs, the pathways of those teachers, and see which ones are increasing teachers that day in our schools, and ideally even which ones are having the greatest impact, so we can go learn from that and really use funding for those type of programs. So I think, yeah, NSHE and pipeline is great. Secondly, we need to think about licensure and modernize that too. We need to make sure that there's good reciprocity and that we're really good at acknowledging the experiences that teachers are coming in with. I also think that you can do innovation like these staff micro-credentials that I discussed earlier. I think it should be ways for teachers and maybe shift the different subject areas without having to go back and do a whole new license, for example. Thirdly, we need to support districts in order to help them fill their highest need areas. I like the differential funding that was passed through the last legislative session for Clark County. So there's actually $5,000 increases for training schools. I think that's interesting, and we've learned that working and everybody else feel things like that. And then fourth, let's talk innovation for a second. I think we need to rethink the teacher role. There's a really interesting work at ASU about the next generation workforce. They're really questioning if this is one teacher, one classroom. And I think team teaching models are really interesting. I've seen those work really well. And when you think about the next generation that's coming in, they value flexibility, they value voice and team and community. So I think there's just great ways that we can support schools to pilot those set of things. And then lastly, as I mentioned, we have to take on the mental health and wellness side of this. We need to make sure that conditions are good. We need to make sure that teachers are reported to be their best selves, that they can be the best. I could go on in this area because it's the area I thought about for a decade and more, but I'll leave it there. Right.
Thank you, Dr. Wakefield. Member Walker has our next question.
Share an example of a time when you had to make difficult budget decisions to align with strategic priorities. In your response, please describe how you manage constraints, secured stakeholder buy-in, and how your experience prepares you to navigate Nevada's unique educational funding structure and governance model.
Thank you for that question, Member Walker. In my current role, I have a big focus on aligning our organizational spending to our priorities. And so I don't know if I drew the short straw a lot, but 3 years ago, I had to revamp the entire budgeting model for our regions across Eastern America. So I'm gonna think about that experience in terms of the constraints I had to manage and stakeholder buy-in. And I do think it's very applicable because what's going on more. So we had determined that we needed to move our model. We didn't want to lose some of the local contextualization and local voice that region had really appreciated about it. So what I had to do was design both a formula-based system that used factors-based scale and specialized programs to figure out how we flow dollars from our central office to our regions. And then on top of that, we designed innovation approach to a discretionary fund, which is almost like an internal grant fund. And this is the way that we wanted to foster innovations and also find unique things, because not everything can be found in a formula, but we also needed to make sure that every dollar was as strategic as possible. And so this was challenging. There were constraints that were both technical and adaptive. Technical, we operate in 35 states, so there's things like restricted funding, there's donor motivation, there's companion decisions, around a 3-year companion schedule. And then the home part though is more the adaptive and the culture. I learned that directors, Mr. Country, I didn't know, I did one, have strong feelings and attachments to the past model. So I spent a lot of time building buy-in and trying to say, look, there's actually a lot of potential here. I'm not going to take away local control. We're trying to make every dollar that's aligned to system. I think the best move I made at the time was enlisting some of the skeptics to actually help us make decisions. So saying, hey, I think you have great ideas, you can help us make the new thing. And that was it was great because they had some ideas, and it was a way to make sure that we had some real skin in the game, some ownership. And so ultimately, though, it was success. We in that year, whole scale. I should have started with a little bit of the specs, but this was $150 million of our funding I'm talking about, about 2/3 of our enterprise budget, and 800 of that were all in our region. And so, all those choices, any community choices, deeply important, and they're going to be high stakes for sure. So I think that this experience of successfully building the new model, getting buy-in for it, committing to also improvement. So we also said, look, we have to make the change, and we're going to, if there's something that's a little bit off, we'll tweak that and we'll do continuous improvement things. I think that prepares me really well for Nevada is for education funding right now. There's just a lot of parallels technically to the new people-centered funding model where it comes to how we concentrate dollars and when it comes to issues of equity, fairness, navigate constraints. And then I think on the adaptive side and on the cultural side, it's so important that we recognize where local voices and local leaders have great perspectives to bring to the table that help us shape these state decisions. One thing that I want to stress is state decisions are just the start, right? So we can do all the work we want at the level of the formula, but then it's actually local decisions around how to align their spending to the school strategy or to actual programs is where the rubber meets the road. And I was really reminded of that talking to principals last week, because I heard, for example, we have a new state model that our district funding hasn't changed our model yet, right? So anyway, I love these sort of puzzles. I think of course, they're difficult, but I like figuring it out that you can do much better together, right? And so for me, I think that experience of leading wholesale change doing it in a student-centered way and really ensuring that every dollar is absolutely used in the best way. So want to help students, but more importantly, want to help students, which is the most important thing, but it also helps to inspire investment and confidence, right? So that the public knows that every dollar being spent well, and so I really going to create more dollars and more education on the future. Thank you.
You think it's the final question. So number 4, how would you collaborate with the State Board of Education to ensure alignment on priorities and shared outcomes? In your response, you describe who else would engage: students, legislators, state agencies, community business leaders. And how would you ensure the student voice being voted for state decision making?
Thank you for the question. I am very passionate about stakeholder engagement, and I also am very passionate about the role that the state board plays. So I'll get to that too. But I actually studied stakeholder engagement for my dissertation. So I looked at CCSD's reorganization and the experience that SOT members were having. And while there was a lot of variation, the trend unfortunately was that most of the self-reported experiences were tokenizing engagement, did not partnership or peer decision making. And I think that that is one of the challenges that we have in education, not just in that, but generally speaking. I think a lot of times stakeholder engagement can be a checkbox activity, sort of something where you get great input, but then you never tell the person that gave it to you how it's used. Right? And so I think that it's really important that we recognize that there is an issue of not engaging people as effectively as we can. Another challenge that I see in Nevada is that it's kind of complicated. There's a lot of commissions and councils, state boards, and local districts. And so it's just hard to navigate, who do I go to with this question? Who do I go to with that concern? And what I think happens is that you end up getting the usual suspects to share their perspective. And no shame there. They're amazing and do important work, but you're kind of getting the same people that know how to navigate the system, giving you the same. So you're not often getting that student voice that's or even just the frontline perspective, right? As to inform decisions. And then the third challenge I see is around accessibility. I think in education, there's often jargon that's being used. There's also an honesty gap that's well documented where parents think that their child is on grade level. It's like a 90% average, whereas the actual grade level is more 50% average. And so we have to figure out how to close that honesty gap. And I think that stakeholder engagement communication are critical. And so for me, I think for taking this on, I would make sure that in Nevada, NDE, that stakeholder engagement was not an afterthought or a checkbox, but was actually part of every project, every initiative, every decision. You shouldn't be setting a strategy if you don't know actually what the perspective is from the stakeholders and from those that are going to be most impacted by it. So I think it has to be something really proactive and leading the way towards what we want to see. Secondly, I think that we have to have a clearer narrative. In education, it seems like there's oftentimes small issues that get outsized attention, and then there's big issues or new data scores, and there's no clarity as to how they connect to the work or to the strategies that are underway. So I think we need a crisp narrative where we're able to say, this is what we're setting out to do. Here's our progress towards it. Here's where we've fallen short. Here's where we're making success. And I think that that's something that NDE needs to do. And then thirdly, accountability is really big on me. So I think I like the idea of like an annual gathering, symposium, where you can actually take stock, here are all the numbers from the past year. Let's actually come together around them. Let's have discussions around what's working, what's not. Let's go create solutions together. And so for me, there's got to be that kind of feedback. And then in terms of the state board, I don't think it'll surprise you that I believe that the state board plays a really, really important role at setting the absolute agenda for education in the state. It should actually make sure that all of the commissions and councils and everything else happening between sessions is kind of rolling up and is rolling into the state board. And not to say one is better than the other, but you need something that unifies the approach so that we have clear priorities that actually drive this. And so I know the board that has elected members, that has appointed members from the governor and from the legislature, that the state board just plays such an important role. And I think that getting stakeholder engagement right is so critical. And I think that that's going to be a difference maker for Andy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wakefield. Now I'll ask, if the board has any clarifying questions for our candidate. Okay. Seeing that, thank you so much for your time and for coming back to Nevada to provide us with this information and to be here with us today. Before we move forward with our scoring, are there any last words you'd like to offer to the board?
Just sincere gratitude. As I shared at the front end, this was such an honor to be a finalist. This is a place that I care about deeply. It'd be a thrill and exciting for my family to come back home to Nevada. And so thank you for the work you all are doing and that you are taking this process very seriously. It's not easy to prepare for today's conversation and get through all the slides. But I know that rigorous processes are what our kids deserve. So thank you for letting me I have to bring and for giving me the generosity, time and attention to help in this issue.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time and your information. All right, board, please complete your forms and submit. We will take a few moments to do so. About five minutes. Susan, thank you for being here with us today. We are just waiting for one of our members to return and then we'll get started. Back, everybody. We would like to welcome Ms. Amy Suma here today. Thank you so much, our final candidate for today's interviews. Ms. Suma, please begin by briefly introducing yourself and then proceed with your prepared presentation. You have 5 minutes for your introduction and 15 minutes for your presentation. When you'd like to advance a slide, please indicate so, and we will do so on your behalf. At 14 minutes, I will indicate that you have 1 minute left. And go ahead, please proceed when you are ready.
President, Vice President.
Thank you for that. We need your microphone to turn green. So there should be a button at the bottom. I believe. Both of them? Yep, just one. There you go.
Thank you. President, Vice President, your board. Thank you also. Very grateful to be here today. My name is Luis. I am the former superintendent of the Guadalupe Valley School District in Santa Fe, New Mexico, as well as the former superintendent of education. I came up through the ranks as an educator, serving nearly 20 years in the Albuquerque school student. Started off with physical education to health, English, reading intervention model. I then moved to the University of New Mexico's Prevention Research Center. I started to fall in love in the intersection of educational equity and health equity. Working there for several years, I really enjoyed working at a statewide level, trying to attendance outcomes in students, particularly around dyslexia and healthy nutrition initiatives. And from there, I was recruited for a position at the state level, working as director of policy. That was a really wonderful opportunity for 4 weeks, working on a lot of amazing initiatives, getting some equity rolled out for all of our community members. So we had better training, particularly in marginalized communities in New Mexico, But 4 weeks after I was hired, COVID hit, and we immediately went into an instant command structure. I was drafted onto the Secretary of Health's team, reporting to she. My job went from rolling out trainings around empathy to trying to get vaccine rolled out as quickly and quickly as possible across 23 sovereign nations in a state that has 77% digital connectivity in the nation. It was very tough. It was very hard. But I was grateful to have been able to call on my research science backgrounds from the university in social marketing and to create a communications campaign that I wrote and researched, submitted to my leadership, and we put it into effect. And 3 months later, to the nation to have which I'm very grateful for our teams. It was multi channel strategy, and it involved a lot of listening, a lot of town halls, and a lot of research work. From there, I moved over as we started to back to the public education again, because I really wanted to get back to schools and students, wanted to get kids back in class. It became very apparent that if we wanted to change things in our state, I was going to need to get into leadership so that I could talk to the legislators in Boston. And that's when I went back into the classroom for several years to earn my administrative leadership credential so that I could then go into superintendents. To be able to be a voice for the students of our state. So I'm here because I think Nevada's figured out and build portrait of a learner, and I think it's momentous now.
Thank you for that. We're pulling up your presentation, and please feel free to continue when you're ready.
Thank you. So this performance task, you all had asked if I would go ahead and figure out what is the most pressing facing Nevada's public school students. And so after doing some very careful research, it's quite evident to me that the number one issue is the scourge of chronic absenteeism and attendance. And so I would like to present to you accelerating student outcomes across that attendance success, which is a state record chronic absenteeism. Thank you. So a trademark of my leadership is always making sure that we start off with acknowledging what we're doing right, things that we need to work on. It's important to address what's going well. I am incredibly impressed with the significant increases in the graduation rates on the special education board. Students holding IEPs and getting to completion, students with disabilities. You have made remarkable progress in the last 2 years. Getting students across the finish line, that's very much to part. Also, career technical education, 97% of your public has graduated, and I think that is significant progress in providing those pathways to success for non-traditional students and students seeking more hands-on opportunities. And then in researching all the work that your faith is doing, your commitment to mental health, social, making sure that your Assembly bills and your Senate bills are bringing in mental health professionals to help students. I think it's really important. I'm most attracted though to our continuous the shared leadership, the collective input, and the commitment to your equity initiatives, and that's what drew me today to be here. Portrait of a Learner is something that many states want to replicate but haven't been able to do because they're afraid of listening to their communities because it takes longer. And in researching done to build and listening into this and collaborations to create something that's authentic that everybody's built in and wants. I think it's really special. The fact that you change your people-centered funding to you, space, agile thinking, not responsive leadership, and of course, Zoom and Victory schools are amazing. But we can't rest on our laurels because there's things that we need to do. And so some of the things that I definitely want to look at as we move into the top 6 issues Obviously, teacher recruitment and retention is imperative. I know scarcity, I know scarcity of the Western you're facing. So I think that that is the second most pressing issue. Obviously your ELA and your ground efficiency rates are constrained, at least second 19% respectively. But your graduation rates are coming up, and I think they're going to continue to come up, especially if you give some focus on those academic outcomes. I also think that we need to look at pre-K big time and reach out and see what we can do to recruit our youngest learners, especially knowing we know about neuroscience, getting them ready for the next 13 years of school. I think that's incredibly important. I also have concerns about declining enrollment. Data has seen a 3% increase in population, but a 2% decrease in enrollment. We know when it comes to funding, we gotta get kids back to school. Kids coming back to our public school system. So that's crucial. And these are both areas that I think are really, but nothing is happening. So if you take a look at the data, this is ELA, and I did a deep dive. I was expecting to maybe see that wealthier districts, red districts might be outperforming less economically advantaged districts or rural districts, and it wasn't always the case. What we see on this particular slide is that the schools that are doing better in all three levels, elementary, middle, and high school, that are doing best are the ones that have above average rates attendance. And if you look at the ones that are failing, you can see again that they're struggling with getting kids to school. We'll talk about that on another slide, right? It becomes a little bit obvious at math. Now we know math has been declining nationwide since 2005, and Nevada has made some significant since in the last 2 years on the NE, which is great to see. However, and there's a lot more data on these because the districts were a little bit closer, and I didn't want this close to each other. But here it's more obvious than ever that your highest performing districts in elementary, middle school, and high school are the ones that have kids that come to school consistently. And we can see that again, the schools that are struggling with efficiency are the ones that have chronic absenteeism rates that are so concerning that I don't think that we could possibly buy interventionists or programs because the kids aren't there, we can't reach them. So what that tells me is the data scientists, your teachers know, and if we can get kids in their classrooms, these kids will achieve. So to truly address the surge of chronic absenteeism, I'm proposing a two-strategy approach. The first is the remedial piece. What are the root causes? So when a student is chronically absent, are the first steps determining why they are absent, or do people immediately into and the disciplinary action? What supports the family needs to get kids to school? Do you have a statewide restorative justice program? Is there a mechanism some child makes a bad choice to be able to get an opportunity to make a better choice and heal the harm that they might have caused? This is really important to me, the equity-based rulemaking. You know, there exists a common misconception that Indigenous students, because of having the highest chronic absenteeism rate in the nation, somehow do not have the education. I could not be further from the truth, having worked very closely in tribes nations the last 7 years. Nevada is home to 28 student tribes nations on great distributions for students and members. I suggest and I propose that it encourages Native students have a dual identity and walking and cultural obligations don't necessarily align to a traditional calendar. Be granted an additional 3 excused absences per year with documentation of CIP in order to support their identity, to reduce chronic absenteeism, and as a true measure of pain. I think that acknowledgements are very important, and I think it's a wonderful thing. I think focused, purposeful students' work is an action item of great significance. Moving into, and then bullying in school violence, is that being communicated to parents, is it being communicated to students? The 16,000 incidents last year of school violence, is there mechanisms to remediate this? From the systems place, have we done a transportation audit post-COVID? Most districts have not. Are we reaching out to our kids, making sure we can get them to school, especially in those districts with high rates of chronic absenteeism? The American Superintendent Association reported that the superintendent relationship is about comes to high performing districts. So are these our superintendents, our school boards operating percent? Are we customer service oriented? Are we using invitation language or reaching out to our communities? Are we training everyone in conflict mediation and resolution and prompt response to concerns? Are we involved in trauma teacher training in our teacher preparation programs? Because 55% of the schools are Title I, and we know that Title I school kids have greater problems and they have a lot of issues with apathy and defiance and disrespect. And if we train teachers how to support these behaviors, team teachers as well. And then of course the environments and administrators are coming in and being supportive. Are we providing engaged opportunities to build trust with our families? To have a great job in education. Strictly and as everybody response. Before and after, school parent support is key, especially in Title I schools and families. Extracurricular activities also provide incentives for teachers to earn extra money and kids want to come to school. And they expand intergeneration partnerships as a strategy to reduce school violence. We also moving into today's home to many other seniors. I see that being a model for the mission. So now we move into the business initiative. After we look at what we can fix, now it's time to roll out the Nevada School Attendance Challenge. Every day counts. So we know that in education we are excellent in data, not always excellent. And currently there are no published studies that support reduced physical activity and poor nutrition contributes to learning outcomes in students. Neuroscience research clearly talks about the power of it. So we know that play deficit, especially as it relates to brain growth, is also contributing to anxiety, depression, self-regulation, and is actually cognitive points. And so I would like to be able to pose at elementary level increases as well as physical education, and increased electives in the secondary level. This is an evidence-based intervention that could replace millions of dollars that are currently spent on rehabilitation and intervention. It makes kids want to come to school. The next piece is around food and cafeteria spaces, because many cultures food is hot. This speaks a little bit more to our older students. We start to see it in the data, especially at middle school level. 65% of school-age students are consuming the calories at school. So are we providing meals that are supporting their brain? Also, I came up with this idea because it's something I worked on at 2 former districts, is revamping the school menus to have more a cultural and traditional element to them that supports student identity and makes kids want to come to school. Also, we know the data shows that since 2017, teens are spending their disposable income not resources for material goods. So if we use that data and start rethinking our cafeteria spaces into what appeals to them, these big box restaurants, would be different kinds of countertops and multi-seating and the booths and small tables, we might be able to reach out to our students who have one time a day visit their pets and enjoy some time together. for our introvert students, for our neurodivergent students, time to reach their strategic batteries. So I think that that's something that can be helpful. I think it speaks to healthy schools, healthy communities, 2030. And I think, for the social justice piece, students learn schools, they don't have safe places to school at to play and recreate. I think this would be really helpful. So, I envision us using again a listening focused format similar to Learn, implementing social marketing strategy, much like what I did to change behavior, calls, action, making lots to do this. It's going to take full buy-in from everybody. People learners, it's capitalizing. So this is an idea of sort of a rough timeline. Legislation needs to be put into place and policies that are reflective that we need to update kids to school. One of the things that we would like to fix right away or edit is the language in your attendance, which I didn't see one was passed. So I don't know if there's an update word in bicycle on it, but it has verbiage like control, habitual truancy, and misdemeanor fines written into it. I would like that replaced with affirmative language such as social and behavioral attendance. And I'd like to see it to stay applied.
Mrs. Masuma, you have 1 minute left.
Yes, just fine. And so this initiative could last. It could be as big or as little as the funding looks. A lot of grant funding. Year one is really all about grant funding and getting everybody on board. And then year three would be continued implementation and expansion, and then of course achieving best fit in the nation destination. So last of all, I believe these are the differences that we can see if we implement this process. We can get kids wanting to come back to school. We can get a 95% attendance rate, and I think the entire state. I think Portugal Learner demonstrates innovative thinking. I think this is exactly the kind of initiative that we need. We know this calls on classic educational theory as well as community participation. Those are shown to be. If we're talking about holistic education, then the great words fly. We should know better, we should do better. I think we can do it together. So thank you all for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Ace, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Well, we thank you for your presentation and the attention and the time you put into it. We will now complete our rating, our rubrics. We take a drink of water and we'll be right back. Next, we will move on to the 8 formal interview questions. Questions will be asked by different members of the board, and when you meet your 5-minute response limit, I will request that you provide a summary for that items. On to the next question. So question number 1, what do you believe is the most pressing issue in Nevada education today, and how would you address it?
Thank you, President. As I said, I identified the cities that I thought were, and this, the, I think when a state attendance average that's 6% higher than the national average, the chronic absenteeism rate, I think we have to address that. I think we know that post-COVID, there have been issues with, people coming back to school, like around transportation, to make sure that that's not a barrier. If we need to reassure parents, what does that look like? But if kids don't come, it doesn't matter if we have best interventions, the best resources, technology, or everybody has a problem. The kids have to be able to have those relationships with their teachers in order to. I think it also help with your teacher recruitment and retention, which I think is second and highest because understaffed classrooms need to teachers who quit. And I believe that in watching your drive, since one of your teachers are wanting to implement our mass copies, this is a year. It was very impressive to watch the collective impact she had behind her decision with evidence-based and what teachers were saying. And I think that responsive leadership a long way towards recruiting and retaining teachers. But I absolutely think getting kids in classrooms, teachers, because there's support to prepare an incredible skill and sequence and not actually.
Thank you.
Excellent. Member Hughes, thanks for being here. The next question, many parts of this question. So how familiar are you with Nevada's Portrait of a Learner and relevant national frameworks? How would you ensure that Nevada's approach continues to evolve while remaining grounded in a whole child philosophy? Looking ahead, what's your vision for the Portrait of a Learner over the next 5 years, and how will you measure meaningful progress toward that vision?
Thank you. And you're right, there's some say. Okay. I think it's a really important question because about portrait of a learners that I feel really intimately acquainted. In Mexico, we have been trying to build. We've been trying to build profile graduates for several years now, and we just can't seem to get a statewide collective going great now. And part of it is we are so disjointed. Our public education, like it's districts. I think by you all accessing the resources, reaching out to the future of Nevada learning networks and your lists and lists of partners, you brought everybody to the table so that everybody had an opportunity to share and create a template, and then take that template and modify it for your districts. And so I am quite familiar with it because I was looking at it as a blueprint we could do in our space. In preparing for this work, I just think the tangible skills that competencies. I think providing micro-credentials for teachers to earn not only become competent experts in this, make sure that it's being implemented. I think it's innovative. When it comes to remaining grounded in whole child philosophy, this is one of the first states where I've actually seen health equity pushed into an education. And I think that's exciting. I think that's where we need to be going. So as far as, I think it's tied into Oh, no, the WSCC law came out in 2015, just best practice from CDC on how to bring these essential services for students. I think it's founded in classical education. Like instructivism, also has pieces in it around community-based participation. So as far as what does it look like for the next 5 years and how I measure your teachers are doing work, your administrators are doing work, and checking, asking, how is it looking? Let's just do some ways, let's do some focus. What do you think is working? What do you suggest that we do to tweak it? Because they're the experts that so I think how would I measure meaningful progress? I think we would obviously need a database approach, right? Are we moving the needle in things like ELA and math? Are we getting more kids in CTE? Education rates doing. And then something that's really is getting pre-K that kids find to come to school for the next 13 years. So I would also think that an option of this could be a little bit of a preschool. Or that's the child needs to have in order to be successful.
Member has been for that. Your next question, what is your strategic vision for improving student outcomes in Nevada, particularly for our underserved student groups, such as our multilingual students, students with disabilities, and students experiencing homelessness?
Yes, ma'am, thank you for that. This is where we need to focus the majority of efforts. As we know, students that are coming from backgrounds that are very diverse, coming into a large public system requires specialized parents. So it's traumas, and there have been many people conversations. So I think it's highly important to begin parents to getting their buy-in, starting and with engagement, making sure that we are providing enough opportunities for families to be heard. That's virtual town halls, whether it's in-person town halls. I hate to always bring it back to food. Food is a it's the uniform. People gather together over meals and they break and they find ways that they offer that they have in common. Strategy I use at the very high social last chance high school that I did my administrative internship in, because there were terrible sorts of change because parents have been minimized growing up. We feel so lonely. And because it was traditional food, using traditional ingredients, and we provided the food, and the families came and they felt celebrated and allowed for us the opportunity to just trust. I don't think that means in education because we have for many years been, drop kids off and just now begging parents, please come help us educate your child because we're not all in this together, we're not going to make a difference. So I think when parental buy-in is huge, I think the strategies I use to was looking at the language going out. Is it invitational or is it punitive? Is it a health literacy level? It's about saturation. We have a tendency in academia to speak at a very high intellectual academic level to a lot of communities. So making sure that we are speaking in plain talk so that people don't feel intimidated. I think that's important. And I think, the 100% community want to create those community helps where we can help with transportation services, housing vouchers, we can back at then Are schools funded as schools for social service agencies? No. Is that what they have become? Yes, because that's easy. And we as teachers, we end up getting a PhD and making a silver associate because we find things kids. So that's what I would say, just double down and really reach out to list parents. So that we can get for students that are struggling, the success is.
Member Land, for the record, thank you for your answer. So your next question will be, describe a time you led a large-scale effort that significantly improved student outcomes. What measurable results did you achieve? What strategies did you use? And what was your goal? How did your efforts close achievement gaps across various student subgroups?
In preparing for this particular question, I tried to think what was the most relevant example, especially to what I perceive to be the most pressing. And I think it's important that I did because professional resources are essential leader for the techniques smart to play hard. There's a group marketing campaign, a grant funded program in conjunction with CDC, USDA, to agencies. And the goal of the program is to create movement opportunities and healthy eating choices, primarily aimed at Spanish-speaking, recent immigrant and tribal students, and it was rolled out mainly at third and grade. But we've also seen aspects of that. During the time that I was on the project, obviously I'm passionate about this month. I was able to grow that program from schools to 60 in the 2.5 years, which got our outreach to all state, including in communities. What we see is the kids who are participating in these marches, they are not excited by it because there was more movement opportunities than they charted in, and there was a health snack program. And so we actually saw that there was we had better attendance with the students participating in this than the students that. And I started really thinking, why is that? Oh, because kids are happy, because they're in play, because their brains need to. And we've taken that away and say, rigor, but we don't have any published data. It's just that taking away physical activity and denying healthy foods has produced these student outcomes. So my role as Metropolitan is to hold on this program, to individualize it, personalize it for each community. We built a playbook, so it had a very different kids had traditional language and culture from tribal communities. And all these kids really excited and intentional bodies and choosing healthy things to fuel their bodies. So that's something that is what I would share because I think that's it's exciting about school. Thank you for that answer. This is Member Braxton and questions part 1. How do statewide initiatives, 17 districts, how are you school policy and accountability measures while also making strong collaborative relationships with districts? Thank you, Dr. Braxton. Statewide initiatives across 17 districts. So you've got 3 urban districts, you've got 3 rural districts, and you've got 2 districts, which are true. It's very similar to population index. True. So I'm quite familiar with the challenges on digital creativity and barriers and talking the things that So I think first of all, figuring out who are our players in each one of those districts, like that approach, relying on our leadership in those districts. I believe deeply in teachers and in administrators, superintendents, they know their districts best. I think asking them what they think is the best way to reach their community is number one. I also think it's just important to, I would rather you use the community with communication than have wondering why they do. I think it's incredibly minimizing, especially to teacher professionals, to say because that's what the legislature said, or because that's what the law says. If people understand basically the thought process behind it, just being initiated, and more likely to get behind it and being treated as professionals as always, I feel. The other part, I would just say, I call it the 3 Fs, fairs, festivals, and feasts showing up. In leadership, it's important that you are at places where your community is gathering. That is where you're going to do the best quality of research. Because people will come and say, I just want to research. Absolutely, that's where you're going to find what's working. And so I think showing up, being going to different districts, going to different schools, and being face on it. As far as accountability, while maintaining strong collaborative relationships, again, always inviting thing that in my most recent school districts, there had been such a breakdown communication prior to beginning. There having been a superintendent for a while, there was great distrust. And so just building back by inviting people to meetings, and I admit it, I felt they knew that breakfast doesn't talk there, so they should talk and really get everybody on this. So I think that's really important for her and likely to want to be part of the process.
Thank you so much. This is the second part of that question. As state superintendent, Ms. Dawson-Owens, as state superintendent, how would you leverage state policy, funding, and partnerships to create conditions that improve educator retention across Nevada's diverse districts?
I think, again, this is one of those answers that's probably going to come from the people themselves, asking our teachers, what do you think would make your job, make you happier? Showing their strategies for power, strategies for retention. We can always look at what the data says, and I can look at my own personal experience, but I'm asking first. When I was working on I showed up several years prior team in which we were working on relationships and pregnancy prevention. And I showed up with a team of technologists, we had all this beautiful data, and we presented to the tribal council this wonderful idea about how we and at the very end of the presentation, an elder in the back raised his hand, he spoke, he said, talk to them. And they think they need. And we're like, oh, so we didn't do that. And it was a really humbling moment in my career, but it was a true that really the solutions often step. After gathering that data, then we can bring evidence-based solutions that reflect. A short-term solution that we use frequently and that I have to next group that have been very effective. And in short term is the J1 engagement communities. They are highly educated teachers that have to have a master's degree and have to have 2 years of exceptional of evaluations research program is a short-term solution to a high-rent problem. But again, we're making the teaching profession, elevating it to where it needs to be. And you and I have since stuff like okay, help, they do not need to just say, so.
So Member Walker, for the record, share an example of a time when you had to make a difficult budget decision to align with strategic priorities. In your response, please describe how you managed constraints, secured stakeholder buy-in, and how your experience prepared you to navigate that unique educational funding structures and government models.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. Well, I think as a superintendent in the state, that is friendship is 50th in education and then child years difficult budget decisions. I have to do every day because there's never resources for things that we need. So one of the ways that I would make decisions, for example, in my most recent position as superintendent district, our schools are falling down around ourselves. We can't pay funding for everybody, which we can't really restrict this structure to us. We get knocked to the bottom of the priority list for the new school. So that's really very, very upsetting because when there's life and the kids need a safe space, the teachers deserve mass heat coverage. But one of the things that we're working on so many is the pioneer. When I got here, really did dive into what's not it didn't look to me. We had a line. It looked to me like $5 to $12 million shortfall based on what had been projected, and then the interim and the cost that skyrocketed in the economies. So having to sit down with the board and then doing the deep dive into our data is numbers lost for the switch they are. And like the funding fee on it, average daily attendance is raised rates. So knowing that we had dropped in attendance, knowing that we didn't have the money and we didn't have to go to bond, we did not bond it, we didn't have to ask for it. That's for years. It was a tough time to have to tell the board, I don't think this is financially. I think it makes sense. I'm in school. I'm one of the kids and the teachers from a financial responsibility. So that was tough. I had to bring in, I chose to bring in the budget analyst on the bond to help staff the conversation. And that might have been part of what is not wanting to get job semester. I hear it from the other financial professionals. So this is it's the future. It's strategic plan. We need to talk. So that would be a place that I would talk about that. And then the second example I would give really quickly is when we built the budget, and I did this too. I put out surveys so that at least where you should spend money. If you're choosing that you want high quality teachers, then you're also choosing that they are raising salaries. If you're choosing that you want technology integration, then you're also choosing that you want money into AI, into technology. These aspects that you ask the questions, and you can say this decision was made by you.
Thank you. This is member for CC. How would you collaborate with the State Board of Education to ensure alignment on priorities and shared accountability for outcomes? In your response, please describe how you engage such as students, legislators, state agencies, or community businesses, and how you would ensure that student voice meaningfully informs the state of the decision.
2-4, right? One thing. Obviously collaborating with the State Board of Education. In my office, it's a fair fun to. There also exists leadership, the fact that when we succeed together, and when we say it happens, that's my fault, and I have to take responsibility. So as far as ensuring alignment on priorities, the first thing I want to do is really take a deep dive into your strategic plan, register. I've read the amendments. I think it's excellent. I think knowing where we are right now as you're moving into leadership, reviewing that together. Something we're going to take one. As far as engaging, I would definitely want to create a student leadership advisory committee that they have my previous districts, students, staff. Something that I found really interesting in my core district is how many of the students talked about doing this work for the deal, but they were like, our school doesn't feel like want to come here. Look at that, look at that. You know, they took me negative. But the bottom line was they knew what they wanted. They wanted something that's appealing. As far as legislators and state agencies and business partners, we're all in this together. Everybody has HPA industry, a grandchild, or a Nancy, or a police. We all have that common misfortune. And so I think the more opportunities we get together, you already did it for sure. You know, for the incoming leadership, you all have made just coming to states a lot of things. Next needs to come in and be ready to capitalize. The last piece I would say as far as stakeholder engagement and communication, and I think I wanted for July would be from start to finish because I wanted to see how you all and I didn't see the but every time disagree respectfully through dissenters. And that is the case in a lot of cases. And I appreciate that. Because I invite dissent. It makes me rethink what I was trying to do in the first place, maybe something that's different perspective. So I would like to be surrounded by people who challenge me things things how it truly is. I think the other piece in watching that meeting, is just seeing how I think that Nevada is non-predicated of moving really huge. There can be a model for explanation. I think you're a small enough state to do this work needs, but you're a big enough state to help. Right now, you're sitting at about 17th in the nation, but you're also 45th in the nation or so for student spending. I'd like to work those legislatures a little bit more and see get funding for students, intervention, and really adult pre-K enrollment. I see Nevada marrying education like states are any time, and I think that's really useful. So you can ensuring the student voice being and state the levels, making sure you're demonstrating responsibility. It's not.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Ms. Suman, for responding to our 8 questions. We appreciate your responses. I will open up to any clarifying questions that the board may have. Okay, seeing none. On behalf of the board, I would like to thank you for your time today and for your interest in serving as the next superintendent of public instruction. Do you have any closing remarks for the board before you leave here today?
I am curious when you want to start.
No screen. Thank you. Great question. We will be holding deliberations tomorrow, and then passing on 3 names to the governor, and then it will be at his discretion when that decision is made.
I don't think I have any other questions. I'm grateful today. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Board members, please tabulate your responses. And we will provide them to the board there.
Excuse me.
Forgiving, yes. And thank you so much for traveling to Nevada and for your time with us today. Thank you. All right, all of our papers have been submitted, so we will move on to agenda item 4. I will now open public comment period number 2. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, and time will be monitored as President Hughes. Written public comment may also be submitted to the board secretary at nv4ed@gov. Our secretary will read public comments into the record with a time limit of 3 minutes. Those submitted online. If the comments exceed 3 minutes in length, the full text will be entered into the record and circulated to the board. Please note that public comments submitted after the board has officially adjourned will not be included in the record. Comments can also be submitted by calling 669-900-6833 or 888-475-4499. With a meeting ID number of 865-118-1570, and there is no passcode. At this time, we will begin by taking public comments in person, and we will begin in Carson City. Are there any public comments up north?
Chair, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Okay, then we'll move to Las Vegas, and we will start with Glenn Christensen. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, Vice President Hughes. My name is Glenn Christensen. I'm Managing Director of Elston Investments and a longtime education advocate in our state. First, thank you for the service to our state, taking on the important assignment of determining plans for the state superintendent of public instruction.
All the candidates are very capable and the selection will not be easy. I know many of you, but those of you who don't know me, one of these for my comments today include Sharon Sandoval's Spending and Government Efficiency or SAGE Commission, sharing the request of the 2017 legislature, the implementation council, for AB 469, sharing several external activities for multiple superintendents of the Clark County School District. I hope all of you have had the opportunity to visit the Glenn and Christensen School of Education in Nevada State. Now, selecting the state superintendent is the most important function of the state board. Leadership is at the heart of every successful endeavor. The leadership of the next state superintendent will be critical in order for every child in our state to receive a quality education. I'm a member of the State Board of Education and look for following characteristics to the next superintendent. Obviously, someone smart, but not just so smart. Someone who can articulate challenges in pre-K through 12 education in a way that makes others want to help. Someone who can articulate possible solutions to those challenges, besides just asking for more money. We already know we need more money. And someone who has operational experience in managing an organization. One thing I struggle with is the usual challenge that we have here in Nevada. Can we select someone who lives in Nevada and understands the unique characteristics of our state community? Or can we select someone from out of state who has new ideas and experiences to address our issues? One candidate has all the characteristics I outlined above is Xavier Wakefield, which is why I urge you to forward his name as one of the candidates for the governor's consideration of the state superintendent role. My wife Andy and I work with support Victor. He headed up Teacher America. Victor is a former thinker, problem solver, dispassionate to help kids get a great education. We were sad to see Victor leave our state. We are now excited about what experiences he could bring back to Nevada. I know you would enjoy working with Victor, and I believe he would do a great job children of the state.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no additional public comments in person, we'll move to online. Madam Secretary, have any comments been submitted?
We have 2 public comments submitted online. I'll go ahead and start with the first one. Good morning, President Dockweiler, Vice President Hughes, members of the board, and Superintendent Canavera. My name is Poonam Mathur. Thank you for the opportunity to offer an enthusiastic recommendation to advance Dr. Victor Wakefield in this critical selection process. I have worked with Victor since 2011. We met at Teach for America in Las Vegas, where I watched as he took what was essentially a startup operation and led it through a period of rapid expansion and impressive success. Then I worked closely with him in his role as a member of the State Board of Education and watched as he successfully leveraged his statewide relationships, credibility, and knowledge to help build in and steward implementation of significant education reforms. More recently, I have cheered his ascension into the national level and witnessed his professional evolution and impact as he has continued to refine his system and level leadership skills and chisel his extensive capabilities. Beyond impressive credentials, I believe Victor possesses personal attributes that Nevada needs in NDE's next leader. Victor is a listener, a deep thinker, and a gifted communicator. He is an innovator and dedicated and also getting the details of implementation right. He is an authentic collaborator. He operates with urgency while exercising the patience necessary to pace for the long game. He cares about data and his practical implications. And maybe most importantly, at his core, Victor is an educator with an belief in potential of every child and an unshakable resolve to deliver results on behalf of all Nevada students. President Dockweiler, to step back for a moment, it was a personal and professional privilege to have ridden sidecar with Elaine Nguyen for the nearly 8 years she sat in your seat. During those years, Elaine and I, heartened by the leadership demonstrated by our governors and legislator, your predecessors, including Victor, and all of you to place Nevada on what she believed was a path to a better tomorrow. Most of all, we were optimistic that after decades of pursuing silver bullets until they tarnished, Nevada became making real strides in taking the long-term strategic, multifaceted, and data-informed approach essential to creating transformative and durable change in outcomes for Nevada's children. I know Elaine was proud of the work and grateful to have played a small part. She was also mindful and success would take time and persistence. I'll go ahead and start reading the next public comment into the record. To whom it may concern, it is with great confidence and admiration that I recommend Daryl Wyatt for the position of Nevada State Superintendent of Public Instruction. I had the privilege of working under his leadership for 12 years while he served as my principal in the Clark County School District. During that time, I witnessed firsthand his visionary leadership, his unwavering commitment to equity, and his ability to transform schools into thriving learning communities. Dr. Wyatt is not a leader who settles for the status quo. He consistently led our staff to embrace innovative practices that placed us far ahead of many neighboring schools. At the time, I did not fully realize how groundbreaking his vision was until I later worked under other principals and at other schools after his retirement, and recognized just how forward-thinking and transformative his leadership had been. He trusted and empowered teachers to do what was best for students, creating a culture where creativity and professionalism flourished. A clear example of his visionary style came when our school first introduced iPads and laptops into classrooms. Rather than viewing the integration of technology as a passing trend, Dr. Wyatt immediately saw its potential to revolutionize instruction. When he noticed that I was embracing this new tool, he encouraged me to take on a leadership role, training my colleagues on how to integrate technology into their teaching. Dr. Wyatt invested time and resources to ensure staff received proper training and access to nationwide best practices, giving us the confidence and tools to integrate technology effectively into our classrooms. This kind of forward-thinking leadership builds a culture where educators were trusted, valued, and equipped to meet future head-on. His ability to recognize strength in others and elevate teachers into leadership roles created a ripple effect that advanced the entire school. Perhaps most telling of his leadership is the loyalty he inspired. When Dr. Wyatt transitioned from leading an elementary school to a middle school, the majority of our staff, which included teachers, nurses, office staff, and even custodians, chose to follow him. We wanted work where he was. I personally, as well as others, several drove an hour each way past more than a dozen other schools just to continue working under his leadership. That kind of commitment from an entire staff is rare, and it speaks volumes about the respect, trust, and admiration he cultivated. This public comment was submitted by Maria, 7th grade ELA at Schofield Middle School.
All right, do we have any callers who would like to provide public comment over the telephone?
Thank you, President Dockweiler. There are no comment calls on the line at this time.
Thank you. We do have one last public comment in person here. We have former State Board Vice President Mark Newbern.
Good afternoon, President Dockweiler, members of State Board of Education. My name is Mark Newbern. I'm at State Board of Education, speaking today in support of Victor Wakefield. In my 10 years on the State Board, I served with 4 different state superintendents and participated 3 times in the state superintendent's elections. During those three selections, I always felt I was able to gauge the candidates' knowledge and experience through their resumes and their answers to our questions. But I also needed to know what a candidate might be like to work with. To be successful, the state superintendent and the state board must work in close partnership. They must have mutual trust and a shared focus on improving education for students. I had the pleasure of serving with Victor on the State Board of Education. He brought extensive knowledge to the board and was always prepared with insightful questions. In developing policy, it was never about his ego, always about doing better for students. I found him to be collaborative, and he was always open-minded to my ideas and priorities. When Member Ortiz and I went to battle to expose an institutional process that invisibly diverted real dollars from inner city schools out to wealthier suburban schools, Victor was there with us, matching every bit of our passion for those kids. I believe Victor's time with State Board of Education gives him a unique insight into the importance of the partnership between the state board and the state superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. It's wonderful to see you again. Thank you for being here. And thank you to all of you who attended today's meeting in person and who followed along online. The board will move on to agenda item 5, adjournment. We will continue interviews for the position of Superintendent of Public Instruction tomorrow, Friday, August 29th, same place. And if there are any at 9 a.m. And if there are any additional questions, Member Orr.
Thank you, Member Orr. I don't have an additional question, but I don't know how this looks to anyone who's watching the process online. But I think I can speak on behalf of many the board that we have like 2 walls between us and the speakers who come, and we haven't been able to shake their hand or seemingly say goodbye to them after they traveled far and wide to come here and produce the amazing work for us to look at. So I just wanted to apologize for the way the room is set up. And if you were here earlier, we're sorry to cheat. And if you're coming later, I'm sorry, there are 2 walls. So
Thank you, Member Orr. Any other comments or questions from board members? Okay, with that, this meeting of the State Board of Education is now adjourned at 3:04.